This meeting of the MVWSD School Board is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of trustees.
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman. Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 4 trustees are present. We will now move on to item 1C, the approval of the agenda. And first, trustees, I would like to move the ILO contract from the consent agenda, it's item 2C, to instead follow item 6A, or discussion of coaching and wellness, for action at that time, because they're related. And that way we don't have to have the same discussion about it twice, if that's amenable to that change.
I agree. I think that's a great idea.
Okay. We'll take public comment on the agenda. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a speaker card. I see 2 hands online, so we will allocate 3 minutes each. We're going to get a timer up on the board, and I'll let you know when you can unmute. All right, we'll start with the phone number ending in 8176. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Thank you, President Conley. This is former trustee Stephen Nelson. And I just wanted to say 2 things about this agenda. I'm really sorry that there aren't things that could have been brought up at the end of last year that aren't in this agenda, that you didn't see fit to put in this agenda. One is the Stevenson lottery, how it ended up. That information was in Power School by the end of March, and by certainly April, May, and June, they knew how well the number of economically disadvantaged were able to get into Stevenson kindergarten to match the goal that the trustees set. The other thing I'm sorry about, you haven't put in this agenda, is the iReady D3, the end of the year performance evaluation of how well people are learning. That was finished before the Common Core tests were gone, but this is the 2nd year in a row where the administration hasn't seen fit to explain to the board and the rest of the community how those came out, because it's probably likely till October till we get the other statewide assessments done. So I know for the Stevenson lottery, it's ended up being bad news, not meeting goals, but I think the rest of us would like to know what the metrics are for the D3 academic stuff for iReady. Thank you.
Thank you, former trustee Nelson. We will move on to our second speaker. Ms. Wang, you may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? I just want to comment on the fact that in the consent agenda portion, the contracts there's so many contracts all rolled up in one, and it's very easy to get a lot of things buried in there that doesn't get discussed individually. So I would like to request, and for future consideration, that any large amount, no bid contracts be specifically taken out of there.
Ms. Wang, thank you for your comment. I will say that the consent agenda is a separate item. So when we get to the consent agenda, I will consider that you have already made your comment on that item. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to item 2. Oh, wait, we have to vote. Is there a motion from trustees? You have to press here.
There you go. Yeah, thank you. I move that we approve the agenda with the revisions that you described. I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, the agenda has been approved with moving the ILO contract from consent to instead follow item 6A, our discussion of coaching and wellness. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Trustees, I would additionally like to pull the Woodbury contract for discussion. And I will also note for anyone who just joined us that we've already pulled the ILO contract from consent as part of our agenda setting, and it will now occur after 6A. Are there any other items that trustees would like to pull or comments before we take public comment? Okay. All right. If you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a speaker card. I do have 3 speaker cards in hand. And while we give a moment for members of the public to raise their hand online, I'll describe our public comment process. We usually allocate 10 minutes per item for public comment. So that means, for example, if there are 3 speakers, they will each get 3 minutes. That's the maximum amount of time that we allow. And if there are more speakers than that, that can be divided by the amount of time. So right now, I think we have at least 5 speakers. I anticipate allocating 1 minute per speaker. Or no, I'm sorry, 2 minutes per speaker. When we've had more than 10 speakers, to make sure that everyone at least has that minute to speak, at my discretion, I can extend from 10 to 20 minutes, and the board has the discretion to extend beyond 20 minutes or to alter the amount of time for each speaker. But right now, I see 2 speakers online. I see Allie and I see a phone number. So we're going to close the online hand raising right now. And then I have 3 speakers in person. We'll begin with those. We're going to put a 2-minute timer up on the board. All right, and our first speaker will be Lillian Good, followed by Dennis Fichette, and then Anna Reed. Well, the Woodbury one we're going to discuss like in 3 minutes. So the ILO one is going to be later in the evening. Trustees, what do you feel? Do you want to go ahead and allow that comment since it was part of the consent agenda and we moved it, or should we wait until later?
Yeah, I think I feel like it might be helpful to have those comments after they have more information too, because when the item is presented to once we have the discussion,
Okay.
it might inform some of the comments that we hear potentially.
Okay, so we'll stick with Woodbury for right now. I'm going to take public comment on it in just a few moments. So if that's what you want to speak about, hold on just a few moments. Is for our next speaker, is that the case as well? Okay, so we're going to do Woodbury next. The ILO is going to be later, but that way you'll get to comment twice if you would like. And Ms. Reed, is that the same for you? Okay, all right. So we have 2 speakers online. We'll start with the phone number ending in 8176. You may unmute yourself by pressing *9 on your phone.
This is former trustee Nelson, President Conley. Yes, the 3 items I wanted to talk about are actually the first student contract, which is number 10. I hope Trustee Blakely and the rest of you who don't think there's enough money to bring economically disadvantaged students into our choice school Stevenson to try to alleviate the segregation there. To note that this is kind of contract that has a variable number of kids that it can bring. And if you look at the rate chart at the end, it has different kinds of vehicles that can be used to bring those kids in. This is the exact kind of thing that you were told in the initial discussions 2 years ago was really vital to make a desegregation process work. And the other thing is, yeah, I'd like to say that things like the number 13 contract, very large contract, and the things that the 26 contract, a very large contract, those things generally should not be in consent because they take a special level of board, as there was a discussion on, a board approval for. That's all.
Thank you very much, former trustee Nelson. Dr. Rudolph, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
The transportation contract, I believe, is for our students with special needs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why the specific vehicles. Thank you very much. All right, our second speaker, Ali, or I apologize if I've mispronounced your name. You may unmute.
Hi, this is Nancy Acker, Ali's mom, actually. And unfortunately, as today's San Francisco Chronicle has noted, things have gotten a little out of hand at this district. Unfortunately, we've lost a lot of the public trust with these no bid contracts. We need to take these large no bid, non-classroom special contracts off the table for further review, and they should not be part of the consent agenda. We spent all this money on leadership and administrative coaching, and have our schools gotten any better? Has BRAM been better over the last 8 years with the 6 administrations changes, the 6 administrator changes? We spend all this money on PR, and has the relationship between the district and the community gotten better? Has our relationship with city council gotten better? Since 2014, our student body has shrunk by somewhere around 10%, while Mountain View Los Altos High School has seen their enrollment increase. This suggests that a good portion of Mountain View students attend private K-8 and then return to public high school. What does this say about the public's confidence in our district? Let's bring these dollars back to our school sites, back to our classrooms. Let's take these no bid contracts off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to actually voting on the consent agenda with the Woodbury contract pulled separately for discussion. So is there a motion from trustees?
I move to approve the consent agenda with items 13 and 26 removed.
A second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Berman, the consent agenda has been approved with the Woodbury contract pulled now for discussion, and the ILO contract is for discussion later. Trustees, are there any questions or comments about Woodbury? I would like to direct the public to the trustee questions that were submitted ahead of time. There is a question that was submitted regarding how much time does our public information officer spend on average answering public records? And you can read the very long and detailed response of the entire team that is involved in responding to public records. But on average, since January 1st, we've received 73 public record requests. Since July 1st, we have averaged at almost 2 requests a week. And each request is anywhere from 6 to 20 hours of work. For a total of 12 to 40 hours spent by staff weekly on public record requests. A large portion of this is outlined as being, having to be carried out by our Chief Public Information Officer. So I wanted to make sure the public was aware of that question. Yes, trustee Lambert.
Talking about the Woodbury contract?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like the Dr. Rudolph to explain what the Woodbury contract is used for and what the purpose is.
Excellent.
Yeah, so a lot of the work that they're doing right now actually deals with teacher housing. So that's one of the biggest goals for us because we just don't have the space and time to set up the advertising. They've also helped us with an information campaign that we used, which increased enrollment last year. And then the other parts of it has really now become a lot more technical that Ms. Hausman doesn't have enough time in order to complete her work. And so we've essentially are outsourcing some of the work that we have to do. So for instance, in some cases, if we need to create a deck for presenting at a conference around teacher housing, or to, in some cases, submit an application or some type of press release instead of Ms. Howe's been working over the weekend, we essentially end up asking them to sort of take over that process because there just isn't much time. But the bulk of the work that we get from them is really around teacher housing right now, and making sure that that's up and going, just because it is a massive project that requires a lot. So they're working on the back end to help us develop the webpage, all of the application materials, and send that information forward.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there any further questions from trustees?
And how long does this contract extend?
We actually renew the contract every 6 months. So every 6 months, we have the opportunity to make a determination as to whether or not we want to continue with it.
Are there any further questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, we'll take public comment on this item. I know that I have 3 speakers here in person. If you're online and you would like to comment on the Woodbury contract specifically, you may raise your hand in Zoom by pressing *9. And in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. At this time, I see 1 hand online. It's the phone number ending in 76. And I have 3 speaker cards. So we'll start with our in-person speakers. We're going to do 2 minutes, 2 minutes each. I will. I'm waiting for the timer to be put up. We're going to do the same order as earlier. We're going to do Lillian Good, Dennis Fischette, and then Anna Reed. You may approach the podium or line up or stay seated, whatever is most comfortable. And we are ready when you are.
Thanks. I'm Lillian Good. I came around to say that you're all well aware of the controversy regarding the high cost coaching services and PR contracts, with the PR contract being Woodbury. And I was going to ask you to pull the contracts from the consent agenda for further consideration. But I guess now instead I'm going to ask for the consideration of thinking about rejecting them. We're going to hear later tonight about the necessity for wellness and mental health support. And I do not disagree about that. And the Woodbury contract, I question a little bit more because I don't see how it can be worth multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars for PR to make us look good at a conference for how we are building teacher housing. The teacher housing I deem to be very important. The PR about the teacher housing, I question a bit more, because in terms of the finances that the district has, I think that the focus of our finances really needs to be primarily for mental health and other things, primarily for our teachers and our students, but not just for administrators, which comes into a number of the things that we're talking about. And it's hard because it was pulled, so I'm talking about both. But lack of support with the funding that is going to these otherwise large contracts has led to significant teacher attrition rates. And these attrition rates absolutely compromise the quality of education delivered by the Mountain View Wisconsin School District. I was wondering if any of the 4 of you are even aware that the district has placed non-credentialed people into primary classroom teacher roles this year. Not that they have a preliminary credential, they don't have any teaching credential. Focusing large amounts of money and benefits solely on administrators and leaving teachers without the support that they desperately need is wrong. So it's been publicly cited that teachers have left this district due to the lack of support from the administration. And I'm saying that you, as our board, have the ability to reverse this terrible trend. And I'm originally saying to start by pulling these 2 contracts, but I would say to start by considering rejecting the Woodbury contract and later ILO contract.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our second speaker, Dennis Fischette.
Thank you.
Oh, you can raise the mics.
Yeah, I'm not really happy to be here tonight, and you're maybe not happy to have me here tonight either, okay? But unfortunately, I feel like I owe it to my daughter, a student in the school district, and I owe it to the taxpayers. Last time I was up here, I mentioned in passing, was a rhetorical question, is about $25,000 per pupil in the school district, which is far in excess of what most school districts in this country pay. And and the teachers make about $150,000. So we're talking $500,000-$600,000 per classroom, and the teachers are making $150,000. And I asked rhetorically, where's the rest of the money going? And unfortunately, looking at some of these agenda items tonight, I see where some of the money is going. And I don't think that the parents are happy. About it. I don't think the teachers are happy. And I'm quite certain the taxpayers are not happy about this. We'll focus obviously on the Woodbury right now. $180,000. That's more than we pay a teacher. We do not have permanent instrumental music teachers in our school district. The impoverished school district that I grew up in, rural school district, I had private lessons so I could learn my instrument when I was in school. And the average income in that community today is $40,000. So how come we can't afford it, but they can afford it? Because they don't spend $180,000 on PR and things like this and the other items we'll see later on. So from what I read, we pay this chief media officer about more than in excess of $250,000 a year. Not clear why the administration can't do some of this, but let's say that that's fair and that person has more work. What would a law firm do? They would hire a clerk, full-time, part-time, at a far lower price than $180,000 to handle some of this overflow work. We don't need to be spending this kind.
Thank you, Mr. Fischette. Thank you. And feel free, if you don't have time to finish all of your comments, feel free to email them to trustees as well. All right, and then Ms. Reed. And you can lower the microphone. It was already on. There you go.
Hello, I'm Anna Reed. Regarding the $180,000 Woodbury contract, we can't justify spending 6 figures on PR when we have one of the highest paid public information officers in the state, Transparent California. The public records requests have ramped up with public distrust. If there was a focus on effective and proactive communication, a trusting community wouldn't feel the need to ask for all of these records. 6 figures to advertise and build a website for teacher housing seems tone deaf when that money could be going to help hire more teachers to lower class sizes or provide other supports to help staff and students directly. This money should be going towards other things that don't involve making the district look better in the eyes of others. If you haven't read the San Francisco Chronicle article, I highly suggest you do, because there was a lot of information out there coming out publicly about all of these contracts and how teachers who have left the district have been treated. It's not okay for teachers to have to clean their own classrooms because there's no staff to clean them. It's not okay to be spending all this money in what seems to be frivolous expenses when the people who are doing a brunt of the work aren't being supported in the ways that they need to be supported to do the best at what they can do.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Trustees, are there comments? Trustee Lambert? Oh, no. Okay. No further comments. I did have an additional question. So we have our public information officer, and then we also have, she has 1 staff person as well. How much does that person generally earn?
I wouldn't have her salary off the top, but
Available.
she's, I think, in her 3rd year as a classified employee. So, I mean, rough estimate, probably somewhere around $70,000.
Okay. And then if we were to hire, well, when we look at that and we add in benefits and all of the costs associated with that, how much would an additional staff person cost us in communications?
Depending on whether or not they are certificated or classified. This may be more of a question for Dr. Westover. My numbers may be a little bit off, but the average teacher, including benefits, I believe is $160,000. And then the average classified employee, I think it ranges around $110,000. That's including all benefits.
All right, thank you. I think, one of the things that's interesting is this tension between we want to attract and develop and retain high quality teachers. And we also want to be able to support them in the classroom as effectively as possible. All of our contracting together is 1.2% of our budget. So it's a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, but within the district budget and how we allocate our resource, by far the majority of our spending goes to people working directly with children. We found during COVID, and I think my fellow trustees who are here during that time would agree, that we really had to ramp up our communications. We were dealing with a public health crisis, and it was incredibly frightening. And there was just a huge need on the part of our community to have consistent, regular, almost over the top messaging to help people grapple with the decision making around what was safe for their children and what was safe for their community. And coming out of COVID, it's been interesting because I think our communication needs have just increased almost. I think parents, thankfully, are engaged with the district in a way that they haven't, like we just haven't had a lot of people engaged kind of for a little while, and that picked up this spring. I'd like to see that engagement in many instances be about partnership and how we can solve problems together. But I do see a real need for the communications that we do and how it benefits our whole community. That being said, we are just swamped with work, and I, support this contract because without it, we're not going to be able to communicate in the ways that we need. And when we look at teacher housing, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to attract and retain really high quality staff. And this isn't just people coming to work as teachers. This housing is available at all levels for anyone in the district who qualifies by income. So we've had trouble getting bus drivers, for example. A bus driver could qualify for this. We have trouble getting, especially special education teachers. There's all these roles. And if you don't tell anybody about it, they're not going to know about it. So I do think that this is one moment where if we do not spread the word, we're going to miss the opportunity to really attract and retain high quality talent. And I've seen it with some of our new principals this year. We've gotten just an amazing set of new administrators this year who there's always a struggle when you're hiring principals. You'd like to hire for experience, and sometimes that means it's somebody who's about to retire. And then you can't always hire for experience. And with superintendents, when I look at superintendent tenure, when superintendents aren't in the district for very long, the principals who are coming through, it's harder to get principals with more experience. We've been trying to draw principals up through a pipeline as well. But this year we had principals seeking out our district because they had heard about it as a great place to work that was doing innovative things. And I hate to say it, but I credit that to the work, well, I don't hate to say it. I credit that to the work of our communications team, but also to the support of Woodbury, who is helping us get the message out. And I hope that we continue to attract and retain high quality talent. And getting the housing system up and running is a huge lift to help even in-house, all of our employees already here know about how to apply, what the amenities are, why they should consider choosing it is just a tremendous undertaking. And I'm very thankful that we're able to do this. And I think down the road, it's going to pay off, exponentially to have had it in place and with the talent that we're going to attract. That being said, is there a motion from trustees?
I move we approve the Woodbury contract as presented.
I'm going to second that. I would also, President Conley, just want to add that my concern, the reason I support the contract too, I just want to add an element of it is that I think that we have in place the needs that exist in the next 6 months that because of how stretched our staff is, if we were not to approve this contract from my perspective, I think that there'd be some missed opportunities and some missed information that doesn't get sent out to the community. So I worry that without that, putting it through in place for the next 6 months, we wouldn't follow through on some of our commitments. And I would not like to see that happen. And if we're going to approve this every 6 months, as Dr. Rudolph said, we can reevaluate the need that exists in 6 months and the sort of messaging that might exist moving forward, and whether that's the best way to do it or if we need to reconsider something a little different.
I absolutely agree. Trustee Lambert?
Comments. First of all, I'm reading this contract here. Looks like it extends to June of next year. and it's a maximum of $15,000 per month that they're going to charge us. I'm going to support this for the reason that's stated in this, in the contract, is that it says that Woodbury will produce educational content and advise on earned media, social media, and community outreach related to the Shoreline Tax District. And I think that's very important for our school district at this moment. And it's a big lift, and we need all the help we can get. That's why I support this. We're fulfilling that goal.
And I'm just going to say I concur with what all of you have said. I didn't give my rationale for proposing that we move the contract, but that I'm on board.
All right, on the motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Please let the record note that the Woodbury contract was approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 3, communications. We'll start with employee organizations. If you're a member of an employee organization and you would like to address the board, you can approach the podium. You can also raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Again, you can approach the podium or press *9 on your phone, online, or raise your hand in Zoom. All right, seeing as there are none at this time, we will move on to the superintendent updates.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Got a couple of great updates. First, I want to congratulate everybody to an amazing start of the year. It's been great being out at the schools. We provided some additional support at some schools where, due to unexpected circumstances, the administrator may have been out. But all in all, I know rolling out a new curriculum this year was a heavy lift for our team. The feedback we received from teachers was that it went really well. And on top of that, we've done a couple other things. So as you know, at the end of the year, we talked about deploying translators, specifically at Castro, but we also increased the number of translators that we have. So our nurses have them. Every school actually has them. Not every teacher at every school, but the teachers, the administrative staff, as well as the secretaries. These translators allow us to connect with individuals in 172 different languages, and it simply uses Wi-Fi, and in the event that the Wi-Fi is off, it also allows us to use a free cellular lifetime SIM card. So super excited about that. As Dr. Wilbur Castro said, a student rediscovered his English fluency after using the translator. So really happy about that. Also, just want to highlight, I know one of the things we'll be talking about later on this year is giving updates about how Castro has started. Just want to give a shout out to the teachers. I was there on the first day. The breakfast is definitely going. I know on the first day at Castro and Mistral, which is sites I was at, a lot of tears. But the teachers did an amazing job. But then if you read all of the weekly updates, you now, I've put in a ad for the elements to be played as one of the days, but they really bought in and playing music to sort of help set the tone. And the kids are getting in and out and really are eating breakfast. So that's a testament to the program. The last thing I just want to highlight are instructional coaches and our curriculum team. And this is something that we started as a result of the pandemic. It's not something that other districts do, but we are constantly building book bags for our rising kinder families. And this year, 305 out of the 500 rising kinders received their kinder book bags. So it's about 61% of all rising kindergartners who are using it to practice sounds, letters, and play some academic games or engage in activities before the start of the school year. So super excited about those items. Sorry, you just. I wasn't. You mean, so in terms of the results? Oh, yes. Just real quick. So thanks for reminding me. I know that some parents have been talking to certain school sites about iReady implementation. The board did ask a question, so we sent some feedback about that. Last year, what we noticed as we were going through the curriculum update, that a lot of kids are spending a lot of time on the devices, but not necessarily moving or progressing on. In some cases, they're spending about a day's worth of instructional time a week on the actual device, which well exceeds the results. Another aspect, and it actually just came out in an article that Ms. Bauer sent to us, is that, and this also was highlighted at Next, it's just that the amount of time that kids are spending on it isn't necessarily demonstrating the effectiveness that we have. In today's, there was an article that came out today, or at least that I read today, that talked about how there's still iReady, NWEA, and another organization are still, they aren't seeing the impact, and that the pandemic is still having some adverse effects. So the reason why we're bringing this up is because we really want to focus in on the idea of our teacher in front of students and teaching. So we have pulled back iReady, and I know that there's some theories that this is financially motivated, but actually wasn't financially motivated. It is simply, if a kid is spending a day out, one day out of the week on a device, that seems a lot. It's more than what I probably will allow my. In fact, I know it is. It's more than I would allow my son to do if he was in elementary school. And I think, not saying that it doesn't have an impact or it doesn't have a benefit, but it is something that we took seriously. We are looking. I know that there's a concern in terms of fifth and eighth grade because these are used as placement tests. So we will be talking about, is there a benefit to have it as an after hours tool for parents who want to use it, because a high school district does use it as a placement test for eighth graders. And we use it as one of the two metrics that we use as a placements test for middle schoolers. So we're going to circle back and have a conversation about that, and then we'll bring that back to the board. We also want to seek some feedback from teachers, administrators, as well as parents. So more to come on that, but we, as it stands right now, just we sort of put a pause on that, especially for new curriculum rolling out.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. If there are any comments on the communications item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no comment at this time, we will move on to item 4, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board. Uh-oh, we have a hand that popped up. I might have been too fast. No, hold on. Okay. I'm going to assume that this hand that just popped up is for community comments, but if it was related to the communications, that's okay too. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not in the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or you can submit a yellow speaker card in person. And as I noted earlier, we will, for this item, looks like we have 4 speakers online. And since we have 10 minutes allocated for the item, we will share that time. So each speaker will have 2 minutes. We're going to start with Miss Brody. Your hand was up first, but let's get a timer up for you before you begin. Hold on just a moment, please. Oh, we have 5. All right. We'll do 5. Everyone gets 2 minutes, and we're going to close the window now to raise your hand. But if something comes to you in the middle of this and you want to make sure the board is aware of it, you are welcome to write to us as well at trustees@mvwsd.org. All right, Ms. Brody, you have 2 minutes. You may unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Trustees and district staff, my name is Lori Brody, and I have 2 children within the district. I'm here today to address the equity issue that has occurred since the district's elimination of the iReady lessons. 2 elementary schools have already purchased the lesson, and another should be shortly. iReady has its own language. The knowledge of the language is needed for the assessments. Kids may not enjoy doing the lessons, but they do score higher when they do them. School is about learning and growing and pushing kids to perform. When you take away the tools they need to perform, scores will move in a negative direction. My children are lucky. They attend honors classes at RSM and are taught multiple grades above in those classes and have no issue achieving the required math testing score for entry into Math 6.2. However, there are those that do not attend an enrichment math program, either by choice or by cost. By eliminating the lessons for the program, you are hindering all kids within our district to perform at their highest levels and show off what they have learned. It is my understanding that some parents are complaining of the screen time. Each iReady lesson, excluding close reading, is maximum of 20 to 25 minutes. That is significantly less time than the kids had to endure during the extended zombie school during the district's refusal to open schools during COVID. iReady is by no means a replacement for in-person teacher instruction, but is a very productive tool for those kids who want to learn and grow academically. Again, as this district prides itself on equity, I urge you to continue the use of lessons to show your support for our children's academic futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. Our next speaker will be Ms. Wang. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Okay, I'm ready. First, I want to, concur that I think the new school year has gone off great with the new K-5 language arts curriculum and also the new administration at Graham. I have and will always support our schools, but I have questions about our budget spending choices. Over the past decade, our revenue has grown from around 40 million to 110 million. Since 2013, spending on professional services and consulting has grown by over 200% to 13 million a year, or about 10% of our budget. Meanwhile, teacher salaries has only grown by less than 80%. Per Trustee Chang's notes and postings, Measure T funds were supposed to be for STEAM, science, arts, and 21st century learning upgrades. Not a single dollar of Measure T has been spent on these ballot measure promises. Spending went to quote unquote permissible expenses. Meanwhile, Graham's media equipment is 10 years old and we have clunky old Chromebooks for our students. So circling this back to with regards to the parcel tax, what other permissible expenses are going to be allowed for the parcel tax? I would say let's realign on how we spend our budget. Let's change the percentage of how we spend on professional services and consulting, and restore public trust and put money back to our schools, back to our classrooms, and back to extracurricular enrichments for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. We will move on to Chris Perry.
Hello.
Yes.
I wanted to comment on a comment I heard earlier this evening, I believe from a board member, and I believe the comment was supporting spending on a PR fund firm to position the school district in a funding battle over the shoreline funds with the city of Mountain View. And I apologize if I misunderstood this, but I also saw Trustee Chang's comments on the same issue. And I wanted to express my frustration as a Mountain View resident and a Mountain View parent to see two government agencies who are both taking our tax dollars spend those tax dollars in a battle over a funding allocation. I think this is a battle that the taxpayers and the residents lose when two sides are squabbling over funding allocation. We're the ones who lose. And I understand that MVLA has been able to work out an agreement with the city of Mountain View. I would strongly urge this school district to find a way to come to the table without spending a lot of taxpayer resources on a funding battle. Second, on this related point. I think in light of recent events, including the Chronicle article that I saw this afternoon, I think the school district has some work to do with the community to reestablish trust and credibility that it is an efficient and wise steward of taxpayer money. I think now is the time for the board to pause and look up and consider a course correction on the direction things are going in this district, rather than to continue with business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll now move on to Nancy Actor. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to touch base on the public information requests. I've been thinking a lot about the community divide and how much trust was lost when the superintendent doubled down on the schedule change in the middle schools. Graham teachers voted overwhelmingly against it, yet it continued to be pushed by your superintendent as a teacher-driven initiative. What we have here is the tail wagging the dog. The reason why we have these public information requests is because we're not getting the truth out from the district in the beginning. We need to know what's really going on. And the only way for us to get that sometimes are these public information requests. So if we could get the information up front, we could save a lot of time and money with the public information requests. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I had seen Mohan Gurunathan's hand up. I don't know if it was taken down accidentally or if you would still like to speak. We had allocated time for you. Okay. There we go. Yes, Mr. Gurunathan. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. That was an accident with the hand. As you know, you have read the article in the San Francisco Chronicle today. The Chronicle is the second biggest newspaper on the West Coast. I'm sure it didn't take $180,000 worth of public relations to get this article into the Chronicle. It only took the truth. Of all the things they could report on, I think it's very telling that they decided to cover our small school district's staggeringly reckless management of taxpayer funds. The article really says it all. The superintendent's excuse is all the tech companies do it. We are not a tech company. I could tell you a dozen other things tech companies do that are not appropriate for a public school district. These ridiculous, over-the-top, and irrational spending, it's made our district a laughingstock of the educational world. While our schools are crumbling, our teachers are scrounging for basic supplies. We don't even have full-time art and music teachers, and our kids are fighting in the hall. The superintendent, principals, and administrators are sitting in sacred meditation classes or in leadership development, 1 day a week at minimum. You ought to be ashamed for the way you've managed our hard-earned taxpayer money. To the board, our disappointment in you has no words.
All right, we are now moving on to item 5, review and action. We're going to start with item 5A. This is the staff housing update and resolution number 05-082224, establishing the Staff Housing Oversight Committee, with a presentation from Superintendent Dr. Rudolph and our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Westover.
All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about staff housing and some action items that we need the board to take on. This item will have to come back a couple more times between now and the opening of staff housing, just because there's some decisions that need to be made. And the resolution today is the request that the board had, that legal as well as staff has, for the actual board to resolve some other questions. So just real quick, this falls under Goal Area 5, the equitable distribution of resources, and also to ensure facilities and resources are equitably served for all of our students. As you know, the new teacher housing facility will begin leasing this fall. It is located right down the street from the district office. It is a part of a apartment complex called the Sevens, but this is at 699 North Shoreline Boulevard. And this community was created through a public-private partnership between Miramar Capital, It also includes a third partnership with the City of Mountain View, with limited housing units available to city employees as well. It features 144 bright, modern studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedroom apartments. And obviously the rents will be below market. The facility has been built with our teachers and staff in mind and offers a wide variety of amenities, everything from laundry rooms on every single floor. It actually was a cost saving measure that we took into account as opposed to having laundry units within each unit. So we did try to keep the costs down. It has co-working spaces and crafts rooms, as well as storage, bike parking, and game rooms. And then every unit actually has access to the larger complex's amenities also. So just real quick, I want to give a quick construction update. As you can see, for the most part, the building is actually complete. However, the parking structure, which is located in the main building, is still waiting for PG&E hookup. So until they get their electrification date, we're sort of stuck waiting. Exterior work on the building has been completed. It's been inspected by the architects as well as the property manager. And then site work and landscaping is almost nearly complete. I think it's actually closer to complete now since this presentation has been created. And then obviously a TCO, a temporary certificate of occupancy, is dependent upon the completion of underground parking. So we're anticipating right now a November 2024 opening for a pending PG&E providing a permanent power connection. This is an example of some of what it looks like on the inside. This top picture to the right is actually one of the amenity rooms that's on the first floor. You can see what the kitchen looks like. It is the exact same as the market rate units. And then that's just a view out of the window. There are different places for people to meet. This is the inner courtyard that is, even though it's open to all, is really for building C, which is what we call the view at the sevens. And this is just also a rooftop sort of courtyard that was created. And just a couple more pictures that sort of exist there. And so we have a couple of items because there's a lot of decisions that actually need to be made. And so in consultation with legal, as well as with Lynn, we're going to ask the board to pass a resolution to create a staff housing advisory committee. I know that the board will possibly undergo a shift. So we're asking that 2 of you will actually be part of the committee right now. And when the next board comes in, then we'll have to ask the board, which is typical when we do sort of all the board the board committees that they sit on, will have the new board actually sit and advise on those. So the committee will consist of up to 7 representatives, members appointed by the district's board of trustees pursuant to the following resolution being approved today. It will include 2 board members, 1 member of executive staff, 1 member from MVEA, which is our teachers union, 1 member from CSEA, which is our classifier union, 1 member from the city, so the city will be able to choose. And then even though that's 6, the board may opt to choose another person. So when legal and I, as well as Dr. Westover, conferred, now we didn't feel that there was a need to have a 7th person, but you're more than welcome to choose. So the resolution was written if you want to have a resident be a part of it too. The property manager, Wynn, will attend the meetings and provide updates and reports if there's anything that we've learned from Jefferson Union. One of the things that they do is that's where you're going to have the budget reviewed, contracts, vendor performance. We also want to make sure that there's a buffer between the board as well as the residents. So we want to make sure that we're able to effectively resolve tenant disputes. And also, we need to be able to approve the rental rates as well as the deposits. And that is, there's a list of questions that will come in. So some of the questions for the all hands meeting was whether or not you'd allow dogs, was there going to be a deposit? You're not obligated to require one, but I think these are all great conversations that the oversight committee should wrestle with and then bring back to the board for actual approval. And then this is a Brown Act committee, so meetings will be open to the actual public. And then obviously we want to bring back bylaws to be presented at a subsequent board meeting. So just real quick, when you think about the rents, what are the rents going to look like? So right now, we're looking at $1,450 to $2,500 for a studio, $1,550 to $3,000 for a one bedroom, and $2,250 to $3,500 for a two bedroom. Now, I know that seems like a very wide range. People sort of want it. These are the maximum rates that we can charge based off of the average median income that is set by Santa Clara County. So it doesn't mean that all the rents will be there. It just means that we want to be very transparent. That depending on what your salary is, actually determines what is the maximum amount that we can charge. That does not mean that we will charge $2,500 for a studio. It just simply means that right now, until we find we have to redo what redoing last pro forma, we had to change. Pro forma had to be adjusted because insurance is really hard in California right now. So our insurance rate went from somewhere under 200,000 to 600,000 in 1 year's time. So that's obviously having an impact on rents. And so right now we just have to go with what the broad range is, but we want the committee to sort of make a determination once the performance is done. So just real quick, so who qualifies for this? It really depends on what the household income looks like. So a single teacher, all of our teachers will be able to qualify. The average median income is 154 or less. So depending on how much you make, whether you fall in the 50, 80, 100 to 120, in some cases we have employees that will qualify somewhere around the 20 to 30. That's actually what determines what the rate is, which is why you see this wide range right now. But well, again, our goal is not to make any money off of this project. We want it to be cost neutral per board direction. The other aspect of it, just real quick, the board will have to make a determination about how long they want to allow residents to stay. We do know one of the conditions, considering that this was approved by bond funds, is that if someone is not does not work within the school district, then they would have to vacate at the end of the year. We've always been transparent about that, and that was based off of the board direction also in, I think, 2017. So what's the timeline that we're looking at right now? So right now, tours, our next step is to set up tours when residential. We have finalized the website. October 15th, we plan on doing a ribbon cutting event. And then from October 15th to November 1st, we want employees to express interest, apply, and then a lottery. The lottery really depends on the band of individuals who fall within a particular range. So it is possible that, and I'm just going to toss a number out, let's say we have 50 studios. So it's possible that you may have only 50 people apply, or you may have 75 people. And within the income bands is actually what determines the amount, because the way that the covenant was written, so many residents have to qualify within a certain band. And that's actually what determines whether or not there's a lottery. So it's not so much about, how many people apply. It's about how many people apply that fall within the 50, 70, 80, 100, 120 AMI average median income for the county. And then we're looking at January 2025 for move-in to begin. We hope that we can start a little bit earlier as the interest surveys go, when properties will start working with residents to set the move-in date. So just real quick, today we have our presentation at the meeting. We're asking for you to pass a resolution to make up the housing committee. Then we also want to know what questions, we want to collect questions and gather input so that we can pose that to the committee. Between September 4th and 13th, we'll start collecting staff feedback via dot exchange. And this is also some ideas that we want. So for instance, I think the biggest question that I've heard so far is what the security deposit will be. And so there's a lot of options that the board can choose around that. But we want to make sure, I've also heard about dogs and pets and everything else. So we want to look into that. We are anticipating that the Housing Advisory Committee needs to meet sometime between September 15th and September 25th. That is to keep us on pace to be able to open, because the housing presentation that we have to the final parameters. So we're really into a tight window in terms of improvement. And then that will allow, after October 3rd, will allow for the lease up to start. And then we are planning on just January 16th to provide an update to the board in terms of how the lease up is going thus far. Just, as a reminder, we have 18 months to fill the project based off of the covenant that was put in place. And if after 18 months, then it has to open up as an affordable housing unit. In terms of marketing, we've already determined MVWSD.org/housing. We have a one-page flyer that has already went out to staff in mid-August. We are doing facility tour invitations; those will be coming. Newsletter content. We are working on a ribbon cutting ceremony, as well as materials, as well as banners. And so now we have some questions. So the first one is do you object to the city of Mountain View having a representative on the board? The reason why we ask is that they are a minority stakeholder. They contributed $3 million. We think that it's worthwhile just because they have employees that will be there for them to have representation. However, the board is under no obligations to have the city as a part of it. But it is up to you. And then, of course, you can actually determine whether you want it to be left to the city, which is actually what we decided, be in the best interest for the city council or city staff. Or you could say that you would like for a member of city council to be a member of the board. So that way you have all three legislative bodies, or both legislative bodies, to be there. And then the second question we have is, what board members would you like to be appointed to the committee? We actually need two. And as I stated before, new members will be appointed after the election. And then again, at the October 17th board meeting, we'll review the final recommendations from the committee regarding things like deposits, pets, and some other items.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. If I heard correctly, the insurance cost has increased $400,000 over what we had been projecting.
Yes.
I just did some quick math.
Based off of the original pro forma.
Right. Okay, so I just did some quick math. That's $235 per unit per month.
Correct.
So the rent figures, all along I'd said I want the rents to be as low as possible, but we're trying to break even so that it's not a burden. So would the lower figures then just add $235 on each?
Possible. So I still think that we're hovering somewhere around the $1,500 to $1,600 mark for a studio, and so I still think we're within that range. Again, though, the pro forma has to be built out to assume different variants, but right now it looks like we're close. But I would wait for when property is updating it, and we went out and we looked at different insurance carriers. The most expensive one is actually our insurance carrier, but we also have been working with Miramar and Perry to see if we can piggyback on theirs. The challenge is just there isn't that many carriers out there for what we're trying to do, but we do anticipate a slight increase, but not so much that it takes us into $2,000 per unit.
That's good to hear. I know insurance rates for home insurance for single family are going through the roof in California, and a lot of carriers have canceled writing new policies in California. So I just want to keep it as low as possible. And I am heartened to hear that it wouldn't be closer to the higher end of the ranges that you showed. Thank you.
Trustee Lambert.
Yes. Could you tell me something about Wynn Properties? Do they have experience managing these kind of properties? This seems like a very unique situation, and I want to make sure who's ever doing this does a very good job, and especially tries to make it go as smoothly as possible for the entire district.
Yes. So Wynn Properties does have experience running affordable housing up and down the state of California. We did originally reach out to Abode and some other ones who they're used to owning the property, and so they have a lot more control as opposed to being a third-party provider. But Wynn Properties actually has experience doing this, and so so far we've been able to work with them. It's a little bit different. We looked at Jefferson's property management team too, and so the costs actually really comparable from start to finish. And so we've continued to work with Wynn and been pretty impressed with their work.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Berman.
Can you remind us how we determine the income qualification levels that you showed on the presentation?
So every year, the county releases an AMI chart for affordable housing. So every affordable housing complex actually has to abide by what the AMI level is. For us, we're a little unique because oftentimes, let me go back to Jefferson. So Jefferson use part of a bond to pay, and then they use, I believe, a certificate of participation to pay the rest. And as a result, I think their rates they finished a little bit earlier, so their costs were lower, or it's doubled just because of the delay during the pandemic. But they were able, they have to meet their debt service. And for us, our only debt service is the maintenance and operation costs, which tend to be about 10% of rent, and then the property manager fee. And then the debt service for us is actually the land lease that we have with Miramar. So we own the building and we have the right to extend after the first 50 years, and we get up to 99. That's pretty much the shelf life of the property. And then it has a deed. And so the 99 years from now, some board is going to have to make a determination about what comes next. I won't be here advising them. But the idea there is that we have to, our lease goes up around 3%, I think, a year. So right now it's to Miramar's credit, they have actually, most land leases would have started by now. They actually have not collected a dime from us and do not plan on collecting a dime until, and that was part of the negotiations, until we actually have the building turned over, which will be in November. And so that's when we start to pay. And I believe it starts around at 1.8 or $1.9 million, and then it escalates 3%. And so as long as we meet our debt service, we plan on keeping the rates low. I want to say, I'll say at least back east, the highest that you can ever increase rent is around 10%. I think when I was renting, it was the exact same thing. I don't know, it's less than that. Okay. But it applies to 1967. I don't think it applies to the new properties. But our goal is to make sure that we only cover the cost. So 1.9, and I think it's like 2.1, and then it keeps going from there.
Right, I have just a couple of questions. One is, when we look at the things that the committee is going to make recommendations on, is it possible, I mean, the lottery is very complicated to begin with because it has to meet the AMI bands, but is it possible to prioritize certain hard to fill positions within the lottery so we could weight the lottery for certain positions like special education teachers or bus drivers, areas that we're having trouble hiring?
It is possible for the board to make a determination of who you would like to prioritize because you're the manager. Technically, you're the managers of the property. Yes.
And then when we talk about the move-in date, one thing that had come up in previous discussions was if we open and people can start moving in hopefully in early 2025, do we want to consider holding some spots for move-in on July 1st, because that is when new employees are coming into the district? Is that something that the committee could look at as well?
It is. I think I don't believe that on day one we'll be at 100%, just because of that of housing patterns, but I do think we'll move closer to it. It is possible if you want to set aside some. The only thing you just need to know is that whatever we don't fill just becomes a debt that the district has to cover for that first year.
And then when we look at the lottery and when we run the lottery, I'm also curious about a situation where, let's say, we aren't 100% filled. The lottery's been done. Everybody who got in from different AMI bands is in. Do we then take new entries or new applicants on a rolling basis, or do we set certain lottery dates or cut points when we group the applications?
So similar to Santa Clara, once you hit one, it's essentially becomes a wait list, right? And so it becomes like a rolling item. The only caveat is that the city does has first right to refusal. So for their units, in the event that they cannot fill it, we're allowed to fill it. But then the next unit that is comparable that comes up would actually go back to the city if it falls within the 20 units a day. And they don't have 20 there aren't 22 bedrooms, but they don't have 22 bedrooms. They have a comparable mix across all of the bands of the units. And so if a studio is rented by us, the next studio that comes open would go to the city. And if not, then it would come to the next person if there's somebody on the wait list. And then that's the next part of that will be determined by where they fall within the actual bands.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we'll move to public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on our teacher housing resolution and this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we will move on to trustee comments. Trustee Blakely.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I'm super excited about this. I just have to say, really, really excited. And I hope that we can meet these target dates. If we need to lean on PG&E again, I'm happy to do so. As far as the questions, does the board object to the city having a representative on the advisory board? I do not object to that. And I'm fine with the city figuring out who their representative would be. We talked about what board members you'd like to have appointed. I'd be happy to do it. I don't have a burning desire. So my name could be thrown in the ring if, or I could sit. You'd said something about, did we want to leave a slot for a resident? And I actually think it would be really helpful and important to have the residents have a voice on that committee. So I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Trustee Berman.
I won't make this simple also and just say I echo Trustee Blakely's comments. Also really excited. I would be happy to be part of that board. And also don't have a burning desire. So if there's someone else with strong feelings about that, that's fine. And I understand that once the board turns over, we'd have to, the committee would have to choose other people if I were to be on it. And the city, yes, I think that it'd be great to have city representation. Concur that we should have someone who is a resident. I think their input would be really valuable, especially as we learn about the experience of our staff living in the building. I think that would be really helpful. And the city can decide who the representative is going to be.
Thank you. Trustee Lambert.
Very simply, I agree with Trustee Blakely's comments.
I had one more comment. I think this is going to be for the committee, but I am all in favor of pets with reasonable, parameters. But I think people should be able to have their pets.
All right, I will echo the trustees' comments. I agree. So it sounds, you already had a majority, but I'm just going to add to the majority on the city appointing who they would like and residents being on there as well. And then when we look at the committee members, I think having somebody from the new majority of the board when they come in would be good. So one of you being on there now, but Trustee Lambert, if you're willing to be on there, you would provide longevity for the committee. So you don't want to be on the committee. Okay, so it will be all new people or possibly me. As board president, I would prefer not to be on the committee just because board president is a significant time commitment. So Trustee Blakely and Trustee Berman, I think that might be you two. All right. Do we have a motion for the resolution? I believe we have to approve it. Or is it a,
This is an action item, so
Okay,
we do need
thank
to
you.
approve the resolution.
I should have looked at it again. Were there any blanks in it for the, was it left flexible? I'm sorry, I did read it before, but I wasn't focusing on that. For the, whether a resident would be appointed, was that?
It's left open for you to make a determination. I think the majority of you said that you would like a resident to be on it. It just means that the resident probably won't show up until 2025.
Okay, I just wanted to see if we had to fill in any blanks. So I move that we approve the resolution as presented.
Can I offer a friendly amendment to your motion, which is that I see a typo on the first page of the resolution. Under the whereas at the bottom of the page, it says the committee will consist of up to least 7. I think that was meant to be up to 7 representative members. I would like to amend that if you are fine with that with your motion. Okay, Trustee Blakely says yes. Do we have a second then?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely with my friendly amendment to update that language and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board has unanimously, oh, I wanted to make a comment. Well, the board has unanimously approved this resolution number 05-082224. And before we move on, I did want to comment, this is just incredibly exciting. Building workforce housing through a creative partnership with the city and the developer and a school district is groundbreaking. There are very few of these projects across the state or across the country. And it would not have been possible without the support of Mountain View voters. Mountain View voters voted for Measure T, and this was one of the major projects that we listed for that. Our community supported housing for our district. And that's another reason why I think it's so important that we communicate about this project, because there was a huge amount of voter support for this. I also am really pleased that we've been able to execute it in a very, very good timeline. Our bond has been, we've been able to move through selling off the bonds expeditiously and with an excellent interest rate, in part because we have such a high fiscal rating as a district. We are one of the top 26 school districts in the entire state in terms of our fiscal rating, and that's due to the fiduciary leadership of our superintendent as well as our excellent chief business officer. On that note,
Trustee Cunley, if I may, I just want to note that the bond passed with just shy of 70% of approval of our voters.
it was remarkable.
So thank you.
And so I think it is our duty to make sure it is impactful as possible, this teacher housing and workforce housing on the attraction and retention of high quality staff for our district. We'll now move on to item B, resolution number 066-082224. Regarding speech and language services, we'll have a presentation from our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Vickyard. I'll just note that the agenda item cover sheet did not include a recommended action, but I assume that it is a recommendation to approve and adopt the resolution.
Thank you very much. And of course, yes, the recommendation is to approve and adopt the resolution. This is a resolution that we bring each year just to verify that all of the speech and language pathologists that are noted are fully qualified. So I ask you to please approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vickyard. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. All right, there is no public comment at this time. Is there a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 06-082224, speech and language services.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, resolution number 06-082224 for speech and language services was approved and adopted as presented. Trustees, it is 7:20. I think it might be a good time for a short bio break because our next item is substantial. So we will take a break. We will reconvene at 7:30 p.m. We are back from our short break. We will move on to item 6A for review and discussion. We're going to discuss the district's approach to staff coaching and wellness. We'll hear from Dr. Rudolph.
All right, as I pull this up just real quick, just a couple of just quick words. I think it's important just to look at the totality of everything that we do, because I think sometimes we take things into isolation. And it was really interesting working, as we're working on projects that have lasted several years. One of the interesting things is like looking at the totality of some of these programs, like teacher housing. I know we have Dominic in here. I was like 7 years ago, we met and we started to work, and then, so bless you. But also looking at our approach to feedback, wellness, and coaching. And as I was working on this presentation, I really thought about this moment that my mom talked about when I was a kid. She often would give rise to people that she didn't know. And I remember on 2 separate occasions when she picked up a woman with a young child at a bus stop and a teenage boy in the middle of the winter. And this is in Cincinnati, Ohio. So while it wasn't major snow like it is in Buffalo, it was enough snow to create an issue. But picking up people undoubtedly would impact our trip home. And she didn't do it because she thought they were headed in the same direction as us, but instead she did it because she wanted to make sure our neighbor was safe, because that was critical to the vitality of our communities. And those lessons have sort of stood with me ever since. And I think as I look or I hear about the the comments, not sort of the discourse, it reminds me that I believe there's no place anywhere like Mountain View. And when I first came here, I was struck not only by our diversity, but also our collective understanding of the greater good, our willingness to support every single person in our community. It's why I came here, it's why I'm raising my son here, and it's why I've stayed. And I remember back in 2015, and Bill, we were there, that things weren't all as good as they are now. So I think sometimes we forget that because we've had such an unprecedented run. I remember the teachers lining in the boardroom asking for more than a 1% raise. I remember listening to frustrated parents, Ms. Case Lowe, during this district quality review and the school quality review, about issues that our schools were facing. I sat in a board meeting where the construction management firm and technically the interim superintendent were about to quit. The board had censored a member and was in the news for dysfunction. Teacher retention was at an all-time low, and some schools were so overcrowded that neighborhood students couldn't attend. And of course, one community at the time didn't even have a school. And what I want to say before I jump into this is that we don't want to go back to the days of divisiveness. And I'm grateful for all the members of our board, past and present, that have changed many times over since I've arrived in 2015, that are dedicated to the greater good of the community. You are, and they were, dedicated individuals who not only had the foresight to see that what we had in common, we had more in common than what we didn't. And that each of you, past and present, have worked extremely hard to reduce the amount of conflict that we've experienced over this time. And I also want to point out, including last year, that since 2015, you have challenged us, all of us collectively, as staff, to be more than just an educational institution. Our schools have always been the center of our community, a place where people can not only trust us with educating their most precious gift, which is our kids, but also to receive the support with parenting, food, and the hardships of life. And we have come a long way. Before I dive into this, I just want to point out that when I first arrived, employees that were hired after 2012 had to pay for their own family's health benefits. I remember one custodian who worked for us full time solely to cover the cost of insurance for his family. And I remember coming to the board in the next round of negotiations, which were annual at that time, and requesting that you return health benefits to all new employees that have been hired since 2012. Obviously, as I just highlighted, we collectively forged a new and innovative path together to open teacher housing through a public-private partnership funded by the community. And we're on pace to open 144 units of affordable staff housing before the end of the calendar year. Your support, as well as the community support, made that possible for us. To create a community where teachers can be stable and secure living where they work and serve our children every single day. Our literacy team is making huge progress with students reading because we understand that literacy is crucial for our success. And this is a new initiative for us. But this team has increased students' reading proficiency scores by 57%. And this year, we anticipate even more students will reach this crucial milestone while learning a new curriculum that's grounded in science and reading. As a result of your stewardship and our work, our schools have been recognized both regionally and nationally for environmental initiatives and committed to the students' well-being, earning the 2024 California Green Ribbon Schools and the 2023 America's Healthiest Schools Award. Because we as a collective are committed to creating school environments that keep students cool, healthy, and safe. When COVID-19 closed our schools, our boards charged us with figuring out ways to provide high-speed internet to our students at no cost to them. And I will say that we are proud to invest $500,000 annually to create a citywide reliable internet access, a critical component of education to all families within our district, ensuring that every student has the resources needed to succeed at school and at-risk families can connect to the community. We also feed kids and adults in need for free. We serve thousands of meals every day that are free, including an average of 60,000 in the summer at Rangsdale Park alone. Feeding adults and children is not going to directly help test scores, but we do need it because it addresses a very real problem of food insecurity that many of our families face, while also at the same time reducing the burden of on community service organizations like CSA. Under your leadership, we've invested $3.6 million of our own funds for the expansion of transitional kindergarten. So 4-year-olds can start school for free with crucial early learning experiences. Because each of you understood that there's no greater foundation for learning than what happens in the first years of a kid's education. Our TK expansion, which includes full-day options for preschool, will have a lasting impact on academics. More importantly, though, it helps families find amazing full-day childcare options in a community that's severely lacking adequate options for many. Despite what people say, we do partner with the city to share our green spaces for use by our community residents, recognizing that we have dedicated outdoor space that's not given for many. As the owner of the largest amount of green space sprinkled throughout most of our neighborhoods, we know how important it is for mental and physical health. And we are proud to design these spaces. Now, some will argue that these efforts, food, staff housing, internet, employees' health insurance, green spaces, wellness, pre-K kindergarten expenses, don't directly benefit our students in the classroom. And I wholeheartedly disagree. While the benefits may be hard to quantify at times, in the long arc of an individual's life, I have no doubt that it makes a positive difference. These services may not always make economic sense in strictly fiscal analysis, but they are invaluable when we consider the human aspect of our work. Our successes do not come without a cost. In our roles as educators, administrators, and supporters of educations, you will see in the coming slides, we are all too familiar with the pressures and demands that come with work. While we strive to create an environment where students flourish, we often forget that in order for our students to thrive, the staff needs to also be well supported. The well-being of our teachers and administrators is not a luxury, as I will present, it's a necessity. Wellness and stress reduction critical to maintaining the energy, passion, and dedication and drive of our educators. When we neglect our own health and well-being, it's not just our personal lives that suffer. It is our ability to perform at our best for our students. Chronic stress and burnout, the type that we saw towards the end of last year among educators, leads to a decreased effectiveness in the classroom. Our district has felt the effects of teacher and staff absenteeism and turnover that can destabilize schools. All of this is costly in terms of both money and in human terms. And I get it. Some people in our community argue that in times of tight budgets, wellness and mental health services are less of a priority. But I would argue that when we ensure that our educators and administrators have access to mental health supports, we are saying to our educators, people that I work with day in and day out, we see you, we value you, and we want you to be at your best. And this message, similar to the message we send about teacher housing, is vital, particularly in times when we face unprecedented challenges. Whether it's the lingering impacts of the pandemic or managing the complex needs of our students, our teachers and administrators need all the support that they can get, and the well-being of our educators directly impacts the success of our students. When our teachers and administrators are well, our entire community is well. Now, to be clear, we still have a lot of work to do. The achievement gaps still persist for many of our students. Families are still in crisis, hungry, and struggling. The world is warming and our kids are so vulnerable. Political divisiveness and angry rhetoric is trickling down to our kids, making them more and more anxious. And adult behavior, especially in the line of shaming others through bullying, racism, or doxing, is incongruent, in my opinion, with our community's values. It does not move us forward when all individuals call attention to the negative, create conspiracy theories, false narratives, and fixate on divisiveness rather than discourse. Now, to solve these complicated problems, our entire community has to participate in the solution. And after deep reflection and feedback, it's become evident to me that these are problems, as these problems get more complex, our district needs to reach deeper into the community for more input and expertise. This year, our topics will focus on a range from social emotional learning to artificial intelligence in schools, to improving our volunteer application process, developing our campuses that will serve our students well into the future. Everyone's input, parents, teachers, staff, and students, is important and crucial. And we will be asking you for your engagement and the resources we need to maintain programs and services that keep us all moving. We will solve these issues in lyrics when we attack the problems, not the people. As I'm reminded during the middle school schedule debate, we limit the success of the solution if we don't take the time to sit down and talk about the issues we're collectively facing. Mountain View is a community that is capable of remaining curious about problems and listening for solutions rather than fighting to prove points. And we all know that this work is not easy, but it is the right thing to do. The initiatives that we have taken on over the past 10 years are efforts to solve hard problems that have plagued our community for decades. I am hopeful that these individuals who are struggling to find a way to contribute in a solutions-oriented way and take a step back and look at the totality of what we have accomplished. And to be clear, I do not expect us all to agree on what we believe is the best solution. I do expect respectful discourse coupled with a belief in the greater good will move us all forward. We have achieved a lot over the past 9 years, and this is just the tip of the iceberg for all the improvements that we have done. Our students are the future of our community, and the decisions that we make for our district will have a positive impact for years. Our efforts will improve the lives of countless people who in turn will solve the problems. And to be clear, I just want to say, as I said at all hands, I'm extremely grateful for the amount of support that we have for MVWSD. It's going to be a great year of learning, and I want to be clear that what I'm about to talk about is not the solution to the problem. It is an attempt to solve the problem. And we do look forward to finding other solutions that could possibly help. With that said, let's dive directly into the strategic plan and how this plays into the work that we've done. Now, remember, when we created the strategic plan after thousands of individuals providing feedback, that one of the core values and beliefs that we said is high expectations and continuous learning combined with respectful and safe community create a positive educational impact. When we go back in the strategic plan, it is listed for 2021 as well as 2027. You do see a clear direction for professional learning and wellness. And I want to point out that even, I know Trustee Chang is not here, but the Trustee Lambert as well as Trustee Chang mandated that I participate in professional development opportunities because they felt like despite the years of experience that I still have room to grow. And you see in our strategic plan over and over again in 2021 that we continue to highlight the redesigning of our evaluation system, the providing of training, and the development of structure for ongoing job embedded feedback. And I remember, Trustee Lambert, when I interviewed and you asked me about evaluation, that I said that there are two things about evaluation. Evaluation is the legal obligation that we have to meet an HR or legal requirement, and it's feedback, which is what everyone deserves, to help them to grow to be their best self. And I still believe that. And you see that at the time we wanted to reestablish a leadership academy, we also wanted to create career paths. And then we come to the next strategic plan, and you see it happen again. The idea that we need to attain and attract a diverse group of employees, that we need to engage stakeholders in the development of a plan on how we can hire them, but also that we need to implement hiring practices that reflect the wonderful diversity of our schools, and that we keep focusing on how we can keep our teachers and our staff group. And so what does the data suggest? I don't know if we all remember this. This is old. In fact, Panorama doesn't even offer it anymore. I went to their website, so I had to screenshot this. This was the original climate survey that we had. And people may not remember in 2018 when we went through budget reduction price because our property tax values actually dipped below our projected estimates, where we had to reduce our expenditures by several millions of dollars. We did it behind the scenes, that we embedded our climate survey into our LCAT survey. But what I love about this, and this is before we start doing 360, is that it even highlighted that I had opportunities of growth too. That I needed to get better in terms of things like feedback and coaching, and that I needed to help with staff leadership relationships. And if you look at our retention rate of employees that were hired in the first few years, I understand this is, I actually pulled this from a PRA that was done and just happened to be in my files. What you can see is that we've had some really tough times over the years in terms of retaining talent. But what we also know is that administrators have an outsized influence on teacher retention. And as you pointed out earlier today, it's exceptionally hard to find experienced administrators like the ones that we just hired who are willing to come to a district. And it's not just about the length of a superintendent, it's just about the totality of the job. Principals, when they're happy, stay where they are, or, you know, as we say in the South, the devil that I know is better than the devil I don't. And so what we noticed, what the Wallace Foundation has found out, is that the years of experience are actually continuing to drop. And so when we look at where our experience was last year, sorry, this should have been 2024, so that's my typo. Last year, 11 site leaders had 10 or less years, or 28% of them had 10 or more years of experience. 4 had less than 3 years of experience, which was almost half. And the average years of experience was 9.7, but we have two principals who clearly skew. And I love them to death. They clearly skew the level of the years of experience. Our leadership team, which is 45 individuals, has an average experience of 10.29. So the people who are supporting all of our teachers have an average of 10 years. And then we look at cabinet, the people who they report to have an average 13.8 years. Now, I've been in administration for 20 years, 11 as a site and 9 as a superintendent, 2 of those years overlapping. But up until last year, I had more experience than 2 of our administrators at the site. But what we know, what the Wallace Foundation talks about, is that effective principles are the key drivers to student success. And you know what? The fact that at several of our sites, without naming any names, you hear parents talk about how different the school is as a result of the change in leadership. And that's not a critique on the previous person. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just simply saying, like, staff, parents, and students have already noted the difference at those sites because of the experience level of principals that we have. And the reason why is because effective principals are able to orient the practice towards instructional folks' interactions. They're able to create productive school environments. They facilitate collaborations in PL's professional learning communities, and they have strategic personnel and resource management processes. And if we were to look at sort of how the Wallace Foundation says it, the school and the district, the board sets the policy, we figure out people, instructions, organization, but the leadership behaviors are things that drive student outcomes. And so NASSP, when they look at principal turnover, they know 5 things that actually impact whether or not we can retain principals. High quality professional learning opportunities, working conditions conducive to learning, adequate and stable compensation, productive and opportunity accountability, and decision-making authority. And when we look at whether or not, and this comes directly from down the street under Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond, that teacher turnover, it matters. It matters what the principal is doing. That interaction is critical to retaining teachers. And so, as I talked about these 5 items, what we want to focus in. So, the other thing, just real quick before I start diving into those 5 conditions, I just want to point out that the research demonstrates that the principal's ability to create positive work conditions plays a critical role in attracting and retaining qualified teachers. But it also is one of the most important factors as to why a teacher stays in the profession. When teachers strongly disagree that their administration, meaning their principal, is supportive, they're more than twice as likely to move schools or leave teaching than when they strongly agree that they are supportive. And so now we're going to dive into the working areas of retention. And some of this will be a little bit uncomfortable for people to hear just because of the impact that it's had on people. So salary-wise, I don't think there's much to question. Our board has done an amazing job of increasing salaries. We've increased salaries by 57%. That's the average salary. We've actually done more when it comes to teachers at the beginning and the profession. But we have increased salaries, and that is true for every single board. When we think about decision-making autonomy, the feedback suggests there's an opportunity of growth in terms of decision-making consistency. And, you know, when we think about it, it's that what we're starting to see is that, especially when we have younger principals, and this is no knock on newer principals, but we struggle with consistency around sort of protocols, how we handle action after reviews, whether or not we're doing things like this or whether or not a principal is using concentric circles. But it also, the feedback suggests more discretion needs to be given to site leaders. And when I was a principal, they used to be called freedom and flexibility with accountability. You have the freedom to make whatever choices you need to make, but you also have to be accountable to outcomes that actually are going to take place at your school. And we do, especially as experience increases and results improving, we do provide that freedom and flexibility and accountability. But feedback also suggests, this comes not only from feedback here, but also in 360s that we see both across cabinet and in my own, that leadership development needs to evolve from whole group training to a more individualized approach. And that leaders need a place to vent without fear of reprisal. That's actually something that was really interesting that came out in 2017. And I think when we provide coaching to everyone in our district except for classified employees. I just want to be clear about that. We spent $4.1 million in coaching teachers. What we hear, both at the teacher level and at the principal level, is that there's a fear about reprisals when I bring up an idea that's unpopular. To be honest and in truth, I've said this to a couple of trustees, not that y'all will come down critically on it, but even I will run an idea past other superintendents or my coach before I bring it to the board because sometimes I'm going to want to get it wrong. But teachers feel the exact same way when they don't want to talk about an idea for fear of looking as if they don't support teachers. The other thing I would say, there's been two great articles about this that just came out. I'm a man that works in a female-dominant position, profession, and female leaders have requested that their growth opportunities are tailored to their particular needs. I've been fortunate. My wife allows me the freedom to sort of move about. My career is determined and supported by my family. And no one has ever asked me or publicly shamed me that my son, I'm not there with him. Women leaders face that on a day-to-day basis. They are asked questions that men leaders are not asked. And so we need to support women leaders in that way. We need to support minority leaders too. And there are times when I'm faced with issues. When I joined CASA, I am able to talk with other African American superintendents. There's not many of us in the state about issues that impact us. And CASA has the same opportunity afforded for Latino superintendents. So it is important to have these affinity groups that are tailored to our experiences. And so I have been working really hard to create this leadership development series. And just for the record, this is something I do. This is not something that I am parsing out to anybody else. This is my work that I do with individuals. I sit down with them and work on how you manage your schedule. Because new principals and experienced principals often become overwhelmed with managing their schedule, their time, and deadlines because they're learning so much. And I sit down with them personally every 6 weeks to talk about how we can get better in these phases. Now, it took a while to codify, but that is work that I do because I think it's important. So we do this, these feedback sessions. And we codified it last year with the help of Lula into a leadership development series. But I also do 4 book studies. And those book studies, 4 different book studies for all the leaders. And that's there in the first 4 years in the district. And it's a cohort experience that was similar to what I went through that creates opportunities for leaders to develop a common language and discuss problems of practice. And of course, there are instances like DCOM, which was brought to the district through Honolulu, which helps us to understand why we struggle sometimes with making decisions and making them effective. Now, to be clear, when we look at high quality professional learning opportunities, I want to be clear about this because I think that there's a false narrative that Alicia and I knew each other beforehand. I actually didn't know her. I knew Ken. I worked with Ken in Buffalo, and I went to the Harvey Daniels Institute. And I came back and I said, because the board, the strategic plan highlighted that we need to improve feedback. We had to get better. And part of improving feedback is recognizing that people need to be treated as individuals instead of as a group. And so we did a train-the-trainer model where we sent principals to Atlanta to work with the Harvey Daniels Institute. We came back and I led the training afterwards. We also went down to Aptos and we met with Peter Signier, who is, I remember reading him when I was studying, when I was in my educational administration degree. And, you know, his fifth discipline is like stalwart when it comes to organizational change, especially in schools. And so we sent ministers to Aptos to learn, again, the training model, Peter Signier. And then something shifted around 2017 because the board at the time realized there was going to be change of feedback when we moved from Panorama to including it in the health tech survey. The board said, look, we got an issue. The data suggests that you got to get a little bit better when it comes to feedback and training. And I remember the trustees at the time said over and over again, how do we know how you are doing if we can't ask the question? And that came up again, the fear of reprisal. How do we do it in an anonymous way so that people can be honest about the feedback? And so I was charged with finding 360 evaluations. That's actually how LUPA came to be. 2018, it just so happened, Ken Wagner reaches back out to me and says, hey, I'm with a new company. I know you're still working on feedback. Interested in seeing if you want to continue the relationship. My response to him at the time was, well, I got to find a company that does 360s. I was really struggling to find it. And so he was like, you know what? Alula has the ability to facilitate that. And so right before the pandemic, we started rolling out 360-degree evaluations. And again, it reveals and highlights the need for individual feedback sessions. But then we had to make a change. Now, I don't know if many people remember this. And I think this is one of the dangers of social media. This is what happens when we work in doxing people. So these two individuals, as a parent as well as a principal, and we hit the news because we had a mask mandate. And this parent filmed, unbeknownst to the principal, the video for asking kindly not to, once she has to be reported, but she also said, you know, hey, policy is kids have to wear masks. And so I'm going to accommodate, but this needs to happen. And I would say, similar to January 6th, sometimes we don't realize when we post, when we say things, the impact. When we think about wellness, I know that people have their opinions, but I had a colleague of mine in Charlotte commit suicide as a result of threats. And unfortunately, this principal, who is beloved by her staff and beloved by the community, no longer works in education at all. She was never the same. Despite our repeated requests, including cease and desist letters to remove the video, which still stands up today. And I just want to point that out for a second, like there are parents who are posting videos of students, and those videos last forever. There's no way once they get out for them to ever get pulled down. They just continue to grow. But in this instance, we had to purchase a security camera system for the principal because they were being reviled. And we did report that to the police. She and I both experienced death threats, both through social media, emails, but also over phone calls. Oh, nasty. Trustees, as well as other leaders, receive targeted threats, which is why every leader and board member in our district is now enrolled in completely now as an added layer of protection to make sure that our safety is covered. But during that time, despite what people say, we also noticed that our teachers were struggling. And it was this board who actually challenged us to do more for our staff around their well-being, which is why we contract with Technology Alliance to assist all employees, mainly teachers and staff, with wellness and resiliency groups. And yes, we do offer stress management and meditation. It is offered to every employee. It has occurred at 2 schools. I can't control, and I will be honest, even I was a skeptic of meditation when we first started. We started during the pandemic and we continued on to different providers. But it has helped. When a parent is yelling at me as I'm walking out the door with my son at a board meeting, the question I have, and this happened just a couple months ago, the question I have is how am I supposed to show up the next day? What am I supposed to say to my son? And main fact is he asked why is somebody yelling at us as we walk down at 10 o'clock at night. And we did work with our insurance providers to provide employee assistance programs. And I will say, whether we agree with meditation or not, the fact that one of our managers who's over who's over a department that supports schools quit smoking as a result of stress management has innumerable implications on other things like insurance cost, days out. But we do work with my insurance programs, and before I got here, we didn't have an employee assistance program, which actually was a surprise. And the reason why I know about it is because I had a teacher who tried to commit suicide, which is why I applied for my doctoral dissertation. I did my statement of purpose to Vanderbilt because as a principal, I was not prepared to help a teacher in crisis. There's no class on how to help somebody in crisis. And there's no Band-Aid that's ever going to fix that. And if we look at the findings, it's not just us. That's why we have counselors, but a majority of school leaders, 70%, and students, 51%, have reported that they have been personally threatened or attacked, physically or verbally, throughout the year. And 73% of school leaders, 74% of students report that they need help with their mental or emotional health last year. And for those who are active part, if we're listening, it's also part of the reason why when we look at when we marvel at our Olympic athletes and we think about Simone Biles and how great she is, we forget that she struggled in the beginning. And it took, and she will credit a lot of therapy to help her move. And I would say, as we went down this journey, even I debate, is it the organization's job to support employees in this type of way? Because at times, it seems like that's what our health insurance is supposed to do. But what we know is that the well-being of teachers, and this just came out by the RAND Corporation, that teachers compared to working adults are experiencing higher rates of burnout, or reporting higher rates of burnout, job-related stress, and difficulty coping with it. Symptoms of depression seem to be about the same. And we look at Forbes, just recently, earlier this year, that we start to see that there's an epic crisis facing education in America in terms of hiring teachers, which is why our teacher housing project is so important. But I would say that the working conditions are just as important too. And finally, the McKinsey findings say that we need to create a systemic approach to employee health, and that those supports are focused at the organization, team, job, and individual levels. And as they stated, for organizations, it's no longer enough to consider whether or not employee health is a soft metric. It is a metric that we have to focus on. Holistic health, when you have meaningful work, is the only thing that's going to keep you coming back. But when the work isn't as meaningful and there is high burnout symptoms, you are more likely to leave because of toxic environment. So if we can create meaningful work, even through high burnout symptoms, people are more likely to stay when that occurs. And so, as McKinsey points out, we have to reduce immediate and negative outcomes such as burnout that are focused on interventions at the team level. And I will say, in my quarter of a century experience in education, I have never seen teachers afraid of being involved in a conspiracy like I did this year. That teachers had to publicly defend themselves from insinuations that weren't true because we botched an approach to middle school schedule. And I rather than admit botched process. And so, as we know, working conditions matter. And so we've been working really hard, and which is why we have these interventions now for everyone. And so the phase 4 is that after the pandemic, we realized that every leader needs to be assigned an external coach. I remember Trustee Wheeler talking about it when we brought it to her, that it needs to address the needs of women leaders. Unfortunately, it's not something that I can advise. Peter Gorman does coach senior cabinet members who want coaching. And he has not raised his prices in the time that he has worked for us. Not one penny. Ken Wagner brought Alicia Biggs Chavez to help coach all site principals and directors. And that's what helped us to codify the leader development series. To be honest, last year with everything going on, I just didn't have time. And yes, meditation was introduced and has been introduced. And we have looked at, we've asked Director Jimbo to do it. We looked at a free provider. We actually looked at purchasing Combat for everybody when it first came out. I know Starbucks partners with Andy Petticombe and Headspace. But we did look at different options to get people to think about it. And as and Ken started reporting about the amount of stress that our leaders were facing, she did come to us and say, hey, I have a solution for you if you're willing to try it. She did it for free. As it took on, she said, hey, there's a cost that's associated with this. Now, there's only 45 members. There's actually 45. I round up. It's about 43 members of LT. 6 individuals participate at all levels. And that's 121 sessions of stress management, including group sessions that have occurred at schools too. And this is just the work that Dick Chavis does. We're not even talking about the work that the Knowledge Alliance does with wellness and resiliency groups that exist at every single school site also. That is available to everyone, not just a certain subset. So what's been the impact? People who come in stressed leave out a lot less stress. I think that's an important metric. But what also is true if we're looking at portable data, this is in our health cloud, you can see that our staff retention rates, which at one point, and I know there was only new teachers, has continued to increase. But on top of that, what you're also starting to see is that people are starting to say that they feel like they're starting to get adequate support. And mind you, the baseline was during the pandemic. We met with teachers all the time online to talk about their safety and security. And then we dropped down and we have been increasing from year to year. But also, we saw after the pandemic, we reopened, that trust dropped between school leaders and staff, and that we have seen an increase in trust also. We look at adequate support, and you see increases in that. So, I said this before, for teachers, we spend about $4.1 million annually for coaching. We can talk about that before, but since people want to debate whether or not we coach administrators and teachers, do. But I will acknowledge the hole in our system, our secretaries, our librarians, our MOT workers, people who are on the front lines every single day. That is a serious hole that we have. But we do spend money coaching our teachers. And if we were to do an in-house model similar to what we do for teachers, it would cost us a lot more money to find people with comparable experience that we are able to find when it comes to coaches. Now, I'm sure this may come up as a question. The profit margins for Lula in education are extremely thin. It just isn't a market. And I know one of the board questions was how many people get coaching, and so I gave the response of all the districts of the superintendents who responded. But Lula wants to exit the education field, and obviously we want to reevaluate our relationship. And so, I want to be clear, we're finishing up the contract. So we have 360s in our current contract right now. Goes all the way through 360s before we start the next contract. And so we've agreed to pause. Send them a letter. They had already indicated to us that they wanted to pause, but this will create a gap, 360 evaluations for myself, as well as coaching at the site level. The wellness contract with Alicia, because she's transitioning. That's one thing I have learned about consultants when they start introducing new people. That's normally a signal they plan on transitioning to a new place. So Alicia was introducing us to someone else. But we talked about for her. We want to pause that bonus contract also as he transitions into a different phase. And then Lula transitions into a different phase. So we will complete the first part of our contract because she has started her work, and then we will pause the remaining contract moving forward. And she's already been informed of that. Acknowledge Alliance will continue to try to keep the cost to the best we can. It has increased. We spend $520,000. That is not including the $4.1 million annually that we coach. Knowledge Alliance is the wellness that we use for teachers and staff. We have tried our best to contain it. But if we revisit that at the end of the year, it also creates a gap. Now, there's a perception that all of these things just continue regardless of the fiscal climate. And I'm going to remind people that in 2017, 2018, when we faced the budget shortfall because of a write-down of unsecured debt that changed our assessed value to make us lose close to $6 million, that we reevaluated every contract. And that's part of the reason why Panorama changed and was incorporated in healthcare. That's why we reduced a lot of particular services. And so I don't know fiscally where we're headed. I can tell you that if we had to find me, typically like we did before, coaching is one of the first things that goes for everyone. It's nice to have, it's not a necessity. It is nice to have. But if we are to face, we will be talking about this in October, if we were to face a fiscal crisis due to loss of revenue, then the critiques on Alula ILO won't get us anywhere close to the amount of money that we have to find. We will need to look at supporting services, and that includes things like RTI, librarians, acknowledged Alliance coaching, and everything else. I'm not saying this because, like, I'm trying to create like chaos or get people worried. I'm simply saying that our district provides supports that no other district provides. Literacy team. We have RTI teachers that are assigned in addition to our schools to reduce the amount of subjects where teachers are coaching so that they can do RTI. Those things do not exist in other places. I think literacy coaches may exist in Palo Alto, but outside of that, RTI does not exist. That's typically where we start the conversation first. We look at the outside supports before we start addressing things that occur in the classroom. It's always our first priority. It's why we reduce funds. And I want to be clear. Last year, I reduced expenditures in my department by close to $500,000, and these were on the chopping block. And I made a strategic decision as I exceeded the amount of money that I needed to reduce our funds. Made a strategic decision to say coaching matters because what I noticed, especially at certain schools that will remain unnamed, that the crisis was so bad in terms of absences and dissension that we need to make sure that we have the best leadership there, and that those leaders are coached and are cared for in a way that allows them to continue. So, what people haven't seen yet, what they will see, is a serious commitment to feedback, transparency, and respect and engagement. And I would say that by the end of this year, we may be thought exchanged out or meeting out or committed out. But I heard everyone at the end of the year, both through my feedback, but also through the comments, that the way that we solve these problems is together as a group and not as individuals. And I found it really refreshing that everybody said it's not that when I saw this debate in Palo Alto right now around equity, right? The issue is a similar argument, right? It's not that we don't have a issue around the equity curriculum, it's that we want to part of the process. And when I hear people talk about, it's not that we're against SEL, it's not that we're against increased instruction time, it's that we're against the process. You know, as I tell my staff, in every complaint is a request, and it's my job to figure out what the request is. And what I heard clearly from parents as well as students is that they wanted to be engaged in the process a lot earlier. They didn't want us to come with a solution. And we made a mistake by just engaging a small subset of individuals. Teachers brought the issue. We worked with the teachers. When we solved it, what we should have done is we should have talked to the students. We should have presented the problem to the board. And we should have worked to collectively figure out what the approach is. And I think we fell short of that. We won't fall short of that this year. And so if we're going to figure out wellness, we're going to go back out to all of the principals, our district leaders, our teachers, and our staff to determine what supports are actually necessary. That the people on the front line, people who are at times worried about their well-being and their safety, then we do need to figure that out. Based off of board direction, I do find that 360 is extremely valuable. They are nerve-wracking. I have said this privately. They are anxiety-inducing. You never know what comment's going to be put in. And even when the comment is like, I hate doing this, you feel like it is a critique. But we do now have a board for 360 evaluations that we will need to fill. And we do have a void for wellness that we are going to need to fill. And so we plan on submitting a request for proposals. If there's local organizations that want to do it, great. Partner with us. But we need to be able to do these things because my growth in this district is in large part based off the feedback that I've received both from the board as well as from leaders within our district. And I can admittedly say, and I'm honest, I'm always honest with our leadership team. I could not say that in 2017. What I could say is that I knew that there were people who agreed with what I wanted to do, and there were people who didn't agree with what I wanted to do. And you know, I was focused just on the results. And if you listen to me in 2017 and 2018, you hear me talking about where results were in an organization. And you know, you can't get the results, we got some other issues. When we see red flags, we gotta address them. And I'm not trying to say that accountability is a bad thing. What I am saying is that accountability without compassion, without care for the common human, is the wrong thing. Especially as our organization changes and starts bringing more millennials and whatever the next generation is. I should know, but as we're bringing more younger people, it is important for us to be mindful that the way that they work is completely different than boomers, Gen Z, and everyone else. And that requires us to continue to adjust and to grow and develop and to take the feedback seriously and present reasons as to why we are here. And so I'm opening up now for questions and hope that gives you a comprehensive view over the last 9 years of how we have gotten to this place where we recognize that we have to close the achievement gap. And at the same time, we have to continue to support our professionals who are in crisis mode and are struggling for various reasons that are outside of our control. And as an organization, I am proud that we do focus in on it. And I know the city focuses in on it also. I am proud of it. I'm proud of the supports we put in for our kids. I'm proud of the supports we put in for our administrators. I'm proud of the supports we put in for myself. But I work in service of others. And I tell my leadership team, and I even led with it today, if you're not taking care of yourself, you cannot take care of the 20 or 30 people that you supervise. And you definitely can't take care of the 500 kids that are going to show up at your school at any given day.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for the presentation. We're going to start with trustee questions. I did have a question, and then I'll come back to my further questions at the end. But, you know, there was a San Francisco Chronicle reporter who reached out to the board, and I understand to staff as well. And one of the things that was interesting was when she first reached out, it was unusual. She wouldn't say what she wanted to talk about. And then when she finally said what she wanted to talk about, she said that she had a 2:30 p.m. deadline today. And I responded and shared this response with the board that, you know, despite her deadline, I really encouraged her to be here tonight for our board meeting so that she could hear not just the presentation, but actually so that she could hear the public input on this item and also hear the trustees speak for themselves and discuss these coaching and wellness programming and approaches and contracts in the board meeting. I was very surprised that she had not planned from the beginning to attend the meeting and hear directly from trustees and the public before going to publication. And I think what's been clear tonight is that there was purpose behind that because there were many citations of that article by public commenters already tonight, and I imagine there will be further citations of that article by public commenters tonight. But I'm proud of our transparency in having this item and being able to discuss this and the other contracts that we're discussing tonight publicly. I think that's very important. So my first question is, according to this article, we are paying for sound baths and chakra healing and energy healing and all these other things in our contract that we had with, I think, Blue Violet Energy became Chavez Diggs Associates. She just changed the name of the organization. I'll admit I was taken aback. You know, I knew that we'd been working with the Lula and I'd heard great feedback about it from the staff who were engaged with that coaching, and that the meditation had been kind of grown out of that work. And then somebody who was from that organization had started providing the meditation. Like, we've had these conversations in the past on the board. I had not looked at the website because this was a known provider that we had been working with. And I'll admit, I was shocked by the website. Just as I wouldn't invest in a chaplain, for example, for the school district, I wouldn't invest in sound and energy healing. But meditation is something that I am interested in. So was our contract for meditation, or was it for all these other things that have been put into this newspaper article?
It's meditation. I actually have never been to her website either. So I this full disclosure, but it has been meditation. I think I'll use an example of an activity that we did. So, you know, don't get me wrong, the sound bowls that you often see, those she has brought those in when we're doing large group settings. And we saw that with the free provider, she sent us whistles that hit a certain like frequency or something like that. But, I mean, she sent them for free, right? So we were like, okay. So there is some of that, but everything that I've seen or that I've experienced has been around stress-based management and has not been about energy healing or any of those other things. And so the work that she does for us is around stress-based management. And the meditation that we focus on is how do we recenter ourselves so that we're able to keep going. It's not about, you know, energy or rocks or something like that. And maybe that's happened in some other venue that I haven't seen it.
Okay, I think that's, you know, as a parent, if I had seen that, I would have concerns too. So I appreciate the clarification because what we had looked at as a contract as a board was about meditation. And one more question from that, sorry, it's all related, from that Chronicle article. There is a teacher who says that their school site is quoted, a former teacher who's no longer with the district is saying that their school site had no custodian for an entire year. Did that happen? That would have been, I mean, this teacher, it said, left over 2 years ago.
there's no way that a school site would have went out without a custodian. Now, are there absences? Yes, there are absences. Are there sometimes issues around the quality of work? Like, yes. But I can tell you our maintenance operations team uh, is exceptional when it comes to covering school sites. So, for instance, Maria, who works here, if there was an absence, they pull her from the district office and they let us know that we won't have a custodian. And I myself will take trash out as well as other employees, or uh, Brian, our MOT director, and our Delwyn, the assistant director, or Eduardo, or any of the guys will show up the next morning and they will take the trash out. But we make sure that our school sites are covered first before anything else. And we share the wealth. And in the event that we can't, we will even contract out, which we have, to make sure that the cleaning gets done. Now, I'm not trying to argue that, I mean, I got a healthy fear of roaches. I just need to be honest about this. So I'm not trying to argue that our schools are roach free. Anything is possible. But I will say that if we were alerted that there was an infestation, we will take care of it. And there are rules, and then, you know, there are ways. And so when I'll use Mistral, when we kicked after after construction started, we kicked up a lot of vermin that were coming into and burrowing into the office. And so we made sure that it got taken care of either through an external uh, exterminator or through our own staff. But we always make sure it's covered. We always try to our best. I know we've had issues where we haven't all, like at a mine where we didn't have, or there was a termite issue and our ants, and we were trying to figure out, but we couldn't tent. So sometimes those things happen, but we always, if we get a report that there's an issue, we always send somebody out there, and we always make sure the school sites are covered first before any other place.
Thank you. Trustee Blakely.
Just very briefly, thank you for asking those questions. They were on my list, so I appreciate you doing that. And I just wanted to add a little color to the one that said that there was no janitor. It's true that in, I think it was 2004, when the first parcel tax did not pass, the district did lay off all of the librarians and at least half of the janitors. And teachers in that period did have to clean their own garbage. They had to clean their own room. I mean, there was like one janitor for every 2 elementary schools. So they maybe got to each school like once or twice a week. It was serious. And so it's possible that whoever the complainant was who spoke with the reporter was referring to a true incident that happened some 20 years ago. But in the time that I've been on the board the last 8 years, I have never heard of anything remotely like that, just like Dr. Rudolph said. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
So on the next steps, it says to fill the void for 360 evaluations and wellness, MVWSD will submit a request for proposal. Can you just clarify, what does that mean to fill the void for 360 evaluations, that we will request, submit a request for proposal?
So as we talked about, Lula wants to exit. And so Lula is the organization that administers, collects the 360s and does coaching based off of the results of the 360s. Without a Lula, we can't fulfill the 360s. I mean, it would be a conflict of interest, right? If I collect all the 360s and then I report it out to you about my evaluation, I guarantee you, like, I'm going to look excellent, right? And I probably will be honest about it, but like, I know that people won't, if they know it's coming directly to me to capture the results, I know that they're not going to be honest, because that's a fear. So having a third party vendor to do our 360s and provide coaching about it and provide us with feedback is critical. But without a Lula, we can't do the 360s. And so we will need, and unless the board says we don't need to do 360s, and I think some people's anxiety levels will drop. But without them, we have a hole in that regard. And that is you know, when we think about the administrator evaluation form that was developed a while back, there is on part 2, I think is section 2, it talks about relationships with staff. You know, when we talk about the different things that we do for staff, we use, all of us, myself, every leader, every principal, every assistant principal, the director coordinator uses the 360 as the evidence to support their relationship, how well their relationship with staff is. And so without Alula, that void is there, along with the coaching that goes with it. And I will point out, like, she has done a ride along with our MOT director to help him with his feedback and his clarity around what's expected. She spent the whole day facilitating that. So that's the gap that exists.
So is this then suggesting that because that they're moving away from doing it for our school district, then we will go ahead and search for a replacement? Because I just want to say for my part, I know this is a partial comment here, that from my work with school board partners as a fellow and with the work that I've done with California School Boards Association with CSBA, having a 360 is definitely the gold standard of every school district. When you think about best practices in every message we have, I can't imagine our school district running and evaluating, especially our superintendent, without a 360. So I just wanted to ensure that we're going to, I think it's really critical that we make sure that we find a way to maintain that.
Yeah, we after this meeting, we plan on working over and have some, hopefully have requests, proposals to review sometime in September, because to get it up and running, I mean, we typically start 360 process somewhere in January, and then, you know, it takes somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 or 7 months. And this year we had to decouple it from the evaluation, just for every leader except for myself, just because of how stress inducing it was. And so I recognized that people were really anxious about it, and I said, well, do the 360 separately. But people are just now getting the feedback on 360s starting this week. And so that's an 8-month period that it takes to get the 360, to get the feedback, to meet with everybody, then to report that feedback to me so that I can use it as part of the leadership development series, because we aligned, and this is the unfortunate part, we aligned the 360 feedback to different parts of the leadership development series. So if employees are saying that deadlines are missed, or principal is unable to do X, Y, and Z and meet this requirement, that is reported back to me so that I know this principal needs to go on stage 1 so that I can help them with time blocking in my feedback sessions with them. And if it's a coordinator or director that doesn't report directly to me, or that I don't meet with on a regular cadence, then their supervisor, their direct report, does the exact same thing with them.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I sort of break it down into sort of 2 parts. One, you're talking about coaching and career development, and the other is wellness. And though they are associated, sort of break them up like that. So, you know, we talk about retention and wanting to retain our teachers and our leaders in our school district. And, you know, part of that is really making, you know, as much as we want our children to be lifelong learners, we want to create a learning organization. So all of our staff is constantly learning, being challenged, and, you know, exceeding, you know, what they think they can do and their potential. But ultimately, you know, the goal doesn't need to be just to retain people, right? What you want people to do is leave for the right reasons, right? Because it creates a constant flux, and you want them to be able to take on new challenges and opportunities. We have a good example this year in our school district in Graham and Mistral, where teachers, the way I understand it, were very satisfied, or principals were very satisfied where they were. They were just looking for new challenges, and they were trained and ready to go and ready to hit the ground running in our school district. So, you know, I think we're not only providing a benefit for our teachers and our students, but really for the education overall. So, I think that's great. And I strongly support, the career development and coaching and management training. Just a couple of questions about wellness. I think you explained how you got to meditation as a way to sort of enhance the wellness in our district. Do you have any plans on sort of trying other methods and rolling it out to other ways that not everybody responds to meditation, but there's many other ways and different peoples and personalities. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't captured in here and I didn't put in, but now I'm thinking about it. We did fitness classes before. And we offered those both in person and then when the pandemic hit, we did virtually because we wanted people to take. And I know, like, that's again a small subset. But then I think as we, you know, I would say therapy, I think, is something that is a private conversation. Now, I've been open about my journey with therapy. Um, and I talk about it because, the stigma I think that exists with it. Um, but after TTO, like, I had to start seeing a therapist, right? But I can't mandate that or work with people in terms of whether or not they see value. But I do think it is worthwhile as we go back out to our employees to find other ways to support them. And I think when we created the Golden Turtle Award last year, and we saw so many people, including this board, get recognized just for their efforts. What it clearly highlighted to me is that we're an organization in desperate need of celebrating and finding ways to support other people. And I was so impressed to see so many people fill out Golden Turtle Awards and the impact that somebody just doing something nice had for them. And I think we need to model that a lot more and do it a lot more, especially towards the end of the year. Like, you started seeing even more and more people like supporting each other. But I do think it's worthwhile for us to look at all types of options around wellness because it means so many different things to so many people. Not everyone is going to want to meditate. If you were to talk to a younger version of me, I took Kung Fu. I trained for 10 years. Um, and Kung Fu and Tai Chi focus on breathing, right? And so while it's tangential, it's not necessarily related, but that was the space that I needed in the time. Uh, Sometimes people send me out running, and that's my being outdoors. It's meditation. So I think doing these things, groups, uh, uh, teams, events, breaking bread, all these have to be considered as possible options that will help people to sort of manage stress. Because I think that's just a role that we have. And I look forward to going out and talking with employees to talk about how can we help you with your stress? What are ways that we can do it? Because it's not just about the employee assistance program. It's not just about the insurance offerings for therapy or meditation. It has to be a wide range of opportunities that people can engage in. And it does need to be cost effective to some degree because we can't do everything under the sun.
So are the coaching and wellness initiatives sort of recognized and valued during teacher union negotiations?
I don't think Acknowledge Alliance ever came up, but I will say I know that people value it. I think the feedback that we receive, because that's the main driver for teachers and staff is Acknowledge Alliance. I think people use it a lot, and if you look at the cost of that contract, it's went up over the years, even though we managed it. But I think that's because when we first started it, we were just like, well, let's see how this goes. And then all of a sudden, individual sessions as well as group sessions sort of took off. And then I reminded people this year, like, paying for this service for you, we want you to use it because we want to manage the stress. We want to make sure you're good. So I think there's opportunities that teachers have never brought it up. But I think it's there. But I would say, like, something like teacher housing is a stress reliever. Knowing that I am not going to go broke at the end of the month or that my commute, which, you know, there are people who drive to Gilroy or Hollister who are frustrated for 2 hours after work. And then they turn around, they do 2 more hours, and they get frustrated before they walk in. So creating a place where people can live closer, I think also, I think all these have to be a part of the organizational strategy that we employ in order to help our employees. But it can't just be, meditation is not the answer for everybody. And resiliency groups or affinity groups are not the answers, but we have to offer them to people so that they have the opportunity to engage.
Thank you. I have a few questions, but I'm going to try and move through them quickly. When we look at so contracts got brought up in the conversation about our coaching and wellness, and kind of overall, like a broad look. And it was interesting this summer, there was a group of parents who did a PRA request. They've done several, but one, they've been trying to dig through all of the contracts and figure out what things were. They put together a PowerPoint presentation, and I think I really appreciate that they're trying to engage and spending a lot of time and energy and effort trying to understand what's going on and trying to make sure we're making the right decisions, right? Like, that's a good thing. That's what democracy is about. That's what public and civil discourse is about. I think one of the challenges is they listed a whole bunch of contracts, but they didn't know what they were for. So what do we use Hanover for?
Hanover, their main focus, although they do a couple of things, the reason why Hanover actually was contracted, I want to say 2016, was actually to facilitate the LCAP survey. And the reason why is because Ms. Bauer spent pretty much the latter half of the year doing a survey, analyzing the results, publishing the results, and creating a format. What they do is they do all of that on the back end for us. They also do our compensation study. They do equity work. There are research arm. I worked in Charlotte. You had researchers. You had an IRB department that would do all this work. I mean, because it's a large district. It's the 15th largest in the nation. You had your own comms team. Like, I mean, it was a machine, right? It was a big machine. But in a small district like ours, we don't have the ability to hire researchers and quantitative analysts who can actually go through this. And so we use Hanover to do it. Mistral, when we looked at Mistral and we looked at how well students were performing, if you go back and you look on our website, you'll see that Hanover did the longitudinal analysis of every student that came out of Mistral and all the way through high school, and looked at what was the impact of dual immersion on their outcomes. Don't get me wrong, I can do that. But that's a dissertation, right? That is not, as much as I enjoy the numbers, that is not something that we should do. And so we hired Hanover to do that work.
And then there is another contract that's around alignment and organizational alignment. And I think people really struggled with what that meant. I'm wondering if you can talk about that a little bit.
So we don't use Infinity Systems anymore except for equity work. But when we first contracted with Infinity Systems, again around 2016, it was a disconnect between what was taking place at our schools and what our strategic plan said. And how do we measure whether or not the schools that are actually aligned to what the organization says, and could we quantify that? And what we found, and then they did something else too, but what we found is that schools that were aligned to the action items that were in the strategic plan were the schools that were performing the highest and showing the most growth. And so we presented on that. There's a presentation that talks about the alignment work, and you look at the schools that had the issues. And then the other thing it did is that when we hit that fiscal crisis around 2016, because our assessed value came in a lot lower than projected, the other thing it helped us to do is to look at all of our programs with an objective lens and to make some strategic decisions about how we could cut programs in order to help reduce funds. And that's where we started to notice that we had 4 or 5 programs that were, incongruent with what our strategic plan was, but also that were redundant. And so we were able to cull those. It's actually how Panorama was a contract that we had at the time, and then we also were paying for the LCAP survey. And then Thought Exchange was like, hey, we want to do that. And so we're like, well, we got 3 different things that are all surveying people in different types of ways. But if we're looking for climate, why don't we just use the LCAP, which is through Hanover, which saved us, I think at the time, 70-something thousand dollars. And so that's the alignment work was we knew that we needed to have activities aligned to measuring this. Did we need to have 3 different entities that do it? And sometimes these are what we noticed the first time around, and even now, sometimes when we contract with something, we sometimes forget that they are there. And so there were times, especially in the beginning, not so much now, where there were programs that were just every year renewing their contract just because it was on auto renew and had been doing it for quite some time, even though, and I used the little Penguin Math program. Middle schoolers were using it, and I forget what it's called.
ST Math.
ST Math. We had a reoccurring contract for ST Math for years, even up to middle school, even though middle schoolers weren't using it. And so using the work of the alignment, it's like, it wasn't that ST Math was bad, just wasn't, it didn't fit the needs of middle schoolers. And so that alignment work helped us to reduce that contract also. So that's why we used Infinity Systems at the time. Now the work that they do is actually through a grant that we've gotten through a state. And so there is a memorandum of understanding that highlights these are the activities that they will do. And this is the grant funds that will pay for it, because there's an equity grant that Director Pullman applied for that does it. So that's where their work is now. It's no longer in there. And I don't know if they are still doing the alignment work, because we don't use them for that anymore.
Thank you. And I think one of the challenges is we want to make sure community members know that they can ask questions. And so like if they write to the board and there's something, quite often our job isn't to be the district staff, but our job is to try and direct you where you need to go if you need help with something or if you have questions. And so if, depending on the topic, we can also, I will often defer to staff in responding to a question. And that's a cue that then Dr. Rudolph needs to figure out who needs to answer that question, because it's not something that really falls within kind of our bailiwick, or we're not the experts in. I also will note there's somebody who in the past has commented that I collude with the superintendent in preparing questions. And here are my questions, and I write them as we go. If you've been on the board with me for a while, it's probably not your favorite thing that I come up with lists of questions, but it's just kind of my thought process, and I apologize. My understanding is that 1.2% of our budget is spent on contracts. What percent of our budget is drawn from, on special contracts, on special contracts? What percent of our budget is drawn from the current parcel tax? What percent of our budget would come from the future parcel tax? And what percent of our budget could come from shoreline funding?
Oh, okay. So if we were to receive all the shoreline funding, then you're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of around 15 to 16% of the annual operating budget. If it's 16 million, so it's somewhere in that ballpark. If you look at the parcel tax, it's about 2.8 million. So a rough estimate is that parcel taxes contributes a little bit around 1.5% to 2%. The new parcel tax obviously doubles. It's a new renewal. And that probably will push it somewhere in the neighborhood of 4%, because the parcel tax assumes that because 50% of our tax base is actually commercial, it puts a higher burden on commercial property and reduces the burden on residents. So it drops from around 96% to around 78%. And then third one, so it was parcel
No,
tax.
it was the parcel tax before and after, and then shoreline. And then my understanding is also for our auditing process, because there have been questions that have come in from people about that. What is our auditing process? Where are those auditing reports available? And what is the county's role in audits?
And then Dr. Westover can always chime in if I get this, if I miss a step. So the county has a fiscal oversight, a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that no district receives a qualified budget, meaning that if you drop below 3%, and I know oftentimes people fixate on year one, that's actually not where we need to fixate the conversation. Conversations on year 3. Year 1, everybody's reserve level looks completely different, and that's because there's all this floating of money when you're not receiving funds to cover payroll. And if you fall in the 3% range, as some districts do, means that you have to borrow funds from the county in order to cover payroll. And as a community funded district, that means you're essentially living paycheck to paycheck. As a community funded district, we can't afford that, which is why our school services recommends the 17%. But the county's sole responsibility is making sure that you do not have what is called a qualified budget. And if you do have a qualified budget, meaning that you're below 3%, then they will force mandatory cuts. There's no debate about it. And in the event, and we saw this, I think, in Alum Rock, in the event that there are other issues that occur, they will take over the financial process of the district. The audits come out of Dr. Westover's department. They are completely independent. And there's a couple audits that we go through, right? So we're constantly being audited by Moody's. I forget the other rating agency. And then we're audited by a third party. Every couple of years, we change the auditors for transparency's sake. And they are the ones who look at how well we are spending the funds and where the mishaps are. And what you'll see in the audit reports, which are posted on our website, part of the board packet, because there are reporting periods that we have to do. What you will see is like the after school funds or how a school site collects money tend to be where we get dinged, or, how we're managing different ones, but they audit everything. They meet with me, they meet with the chief business officer, they meet with the director of finance, they meet with the board, and they ask a series of questions. And in the event that something goes awry, and they start looking a lot more, but then they pull student records, they look at payroll, they go through the whole system, and then they report out to the board of the findings. And they do that on an annual basis. And so you'll hear Dr. Westover and her team talk about unaudited actuals and then the actual actuals. And so it's, I think, right around first interim, or there's an audit time that she'll present those. But it's a third party vendor that we contract out to, and they perform those audits, and you can see it on the website.
And then my understanding is that a parent this summer took the PowerPoint presentation that had been put together and met with the CBO of the county to demand an extraordinary audit of the district. Can you talk about how that kind of process was?
Yeah, so I had to learn about this while I was traveling on vacation. So this one, Dr. Westover may want to jump in and help me a little bit more, because an extraordinary audit is really about fiscal malfeasance. It is a serious allegation, not only to the board, but also to the individuals that are involved. And so Dr. Westover, I'm going to lean on you to talk more about what an extraordinary audit is. But it is essentially a step if there is concerns about misappropriations of funds.
Yeah, I think so. Dr. Rudolph was talking through the multiple layers of oversight that the district has. So there's the county oversight, there's the audit that comes in that's done annually, and an extraordinary audit is actually a layer on top of that that's conducted when there is a concern about material misleading, lying, deception of the board. And FCMAC, which is the state agency, would come in and do an extraordinary audit. In this case, because there's no evidence of purposeful misleading or malfeasance, the county and FCMAC have declined to conduct an extraordinary audit because they don't see evidence of that happening. I think something to inform the board and the public is there's a difference between not agreeing with a particular contract or how the district is conducting business versus fraud, which is what an extraordinary audit would be investigating.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. And then my very last question is, and this might not be easy to answer, but when we look at all of the coaching hours that we currently fund, the ones that are external contracts, how much would it cost to hire staff internally to carry out that work instead of contracting?
It would, if we use the same model that we did with teachers, I mean, a rough estimate was probably about 750. And that's just, I mean, because you're paying the cost of 750,000. You're paying the cost of the employee, plus you're paying for their benefits in time. And so, you know, I know in the past, we actually used retired principals to coach other principals, and their hourly rate actually, not everyone, but their hourly rate actually exceeded my hourly rate that the district paid, because they can control, they can demand whatever they want in terms of the cost. But once they hit a certain point, HR requires for them to be actual employees, which means that we have to pay the bennies that come with it.
Thank you. All right, we will now open it up for public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you are in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. And I'm going to remind the public while people have a chance to raise their hands, I'm going to make sure everyone understands how the comment time for public comment is allocated. Each agenda item has 10 minutes of public comment time allocated, and we usually, with a maximum of 3 minutes per person, divide that time between the speakers. But if we get to the point where we have 10 speakers, at my discretion as board president, I can extend to 20 minutes the public comment period. There have been instances as well, if we want to go beyond 20 minutes, or if we want to allocate more time per speaker, that is something that is at the discretion of the board. So right now, I see 9 hands up. I'm going to take a screenshot of these 9 hands. I'm about to close kind of the opportunity to raise your hand online, because sometimes hands pop up in the middle and then it's very hard to know who is already there. So I am screenshotting our current speaker list. And we have 1 speaker in person. So trustees, we could allocate 1 minute per speaker and have 10 minutes of public comment, but it's up to your discretion if you wanted to do something different, or for example, allow 2 minutes per speaker since there are 10 speakers, and that would put us at 20 minutes, but it's up to the board.
I'm comfortable allocating 20 minutes so that each has up to 2.
That's fine with me.
Okay, it looks like everyone agrees. So we'll allocate 2 minutes per speaker. We'll start with our in-person speaker. We're going to get a timer up on the board. Christine K-Slow is our in-person speaker. Oh, did you put 2 on your comment card? Okay, my apologies, my apologies. Well, no, the ILO contract is the item after this. No, this is just a discussion item of the coach of the health and wellness programs. It was already on the agenda, and we moved the ILO contract to be right after this because it pertains to it. So my apologies. Okay. Ms. Caslow, you may begin when you are ready. Let's turn on your microphone. There's a, looks like a face. And it will, there you go.
Oh, yay. My name is Christine Caslow, and I would like to thank Dr. Rudolph for this presentation on the prime importance of wellness and mindfulness to teacher and staff retention, satisfaction, and mental health. As someone who values meditation as part of my own everyday routine, I do think that these programs, when available to teachers and staff, are vital. I think few parents would disagree that the teaching environment can be very stressful and that mindfulness can truly help. What is of concern is the processes by which these service providers and contractors have been selected. I very much appreciate that an RFP is going to be going out for the evaluation and wellness areas. And I would like to ask the board to consider a policy where local providers are considered first priority in order to lower costs. I would also ask that thorough and transparent cost-benefit analyses be considered more deeply for these contract decisions. Spending at the district office level has outpaced spending in classrooms. Although these contracts may only represent a small portion of the district budget, we have angry parents, teachers, and community members who are deeply concerned about this pattern. We need to acknowledge these concerns and come up with an action plan. We need more instructional aids in classrooms. We need better food in the cafeterias. We need smaller class sizes. And we truly need to focus on pragmatic solutions to our problems rather than expensive consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our online speakers. Okay, we are going to start with Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang, you have 2 minutes. You may unmute yourself.
Okay, so there's a lot here with all these services, and I'm just wondering, can we compare and see what our surrounding districts do and do like a level set? Because it seems like, you know, we talk about how we have budget issues, but then we are spending, again, in publicly available on our MVWSD.org website for our budgets. You know, like what the previous speaker said, our spending on professional services and consulting has grown by over 200% since 2013. That is $13 million or 10% of our budget, right? I mean, we should really scrutinize that because we're asking voters and taxpayers to pay another $5.4 million a year on the parcel tax, right? And meanwhile, you know, what I hear on the ground at school sites is it's really difficult to get aides in the classroom, you know, and teacher salaries have only grown by 80% compared to the professional services and consulting. And the other thing that I want to note is for the Alula and Alicia Diggs Chavez contracts, okay, there is the meditation portion, which is $315, but there is also, I believe, I want to say $471,000 that is paid through Alula. So this is almost $800,000 of our taxpayer dollars going to one person. You know, this just kind of, it just doesn't, I don't know, like, I think
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wang. As usual, if you have further comments, feel free to write them into the board. I just had a clarifying question. Alula is not one person.
No, it's a conglomerate organization based out of Pittsburgh.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. Our next speaker is Principal Taylor. Principal Taylor, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Principal Taylor. I work at Vargas Elementary School for the past 6 years and Graham before that. I just wanted to speak. I really am thankful that the district does provide the meditation service, but also the Acknowledge Alliance services. One of the things that the principals and leaders get to participate in is a group kind of resiliency group. And in both of those, it has helped me to manage my stress. Alicia is actually my coach through Alula as well. And a few years ago, I was on the verge of quitting, if I'm being honest, because of the stress management, specifically around some of the issues that we were having with certain students. And it, I happened to have a coaching session with her on that day that a student hit me a few times. And I was on the verge of quitting, and meeting with her and having her coach me through some strategies that I could use for wellness, but then also some leadership strategies was actually very beneficial. And so I understand that it is a lot of money for our district to spend on leaders, but I do think that is a valuable resource. And it has helped me personally get through some very difficult times over the last few years. So I just wanted to throw that in for any parents or audience members who maybe don't feel or see the value in that. As a principal, for me, it was a value. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Actor.
Hi, thank you. I guess all of this coaching and 360 evals, and I think we went completely off agenda topic, but where has it gotten us? Like, how has it improved education? I was talking with a teacher at Graham who told me that nearly like 20 new teachers are at Graham this year out of 45 teachers. It's not working. What we're doing now, the hundreds of thousands of dollars we're spending, it's not working. I don't think anyone's questioning the benefits of stress reduction or the importance of community or literacy or feeding hungry kids. All of those items are off topic and a mere distraction from the matter at hand. We are not fooled or distracted. We understand that we saw how Measure T's funding was spent, and you're asking for an additional $5.4 million in funding with Measure AA, the parcel tax. Taxpayers deserve answers. Were those guided meditation sessions offered to teachers? I asked teachers and was told they were not aware of it. How many of the 41 DO, quote, staff and teachers were actually teachers? Were these sessions offered during office hours? On that note, I could bring in clowns and pony rides and excuse folks from an hour of work to reduce stress, and I'm sure it would work, but I don't think the taxpayers want their money spent on that. In your presentation, you skipped over the very first core value, Dr. Rudolph. Students and learning are at the center of all we do. You need to get back to that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Perry.
Hi, I had a question from the presentation, which was what do other peer school districts spend on health and wellness services? And the reason I ask is prior to this board meeting, I wanted to gut check some of the numbers. So I reached out to someone I know who serves on a school board in another district in another state. And the feedback I got was that executive coaching is actually a very common thing for school boards to do. So I'm fine with that. But his feedback was also that the amount that we're spending is quite high. So I would encourage folks to take a look at what our peers are doing. This is a question of what is the right size for these services in the budget. The second question after right size is right vendor. I sent in a public comment with my concerns about this blue-violet energy yesterday. I understand from the presentation, it sounds like Miss Alicia Dix Chavez was hired without anyone checking her website to see if she was a credible vendor. That is something of a concern for me. I mean, normally when someone is hired for the volume of business that she's doing, people check the website. And then lastly, I understand the frustration that the board is dealing with some of the requests that you've gotten from parents on audits and public records requests and such. and I don't want to suggest that anyone's committed misconduct or intentionally done something wrong. I just think, though, that trying to insist that everything is hunky-dory and no mistakes were made, given the blue violet energy situation, that's just burning credibility. So it would be better just to admit the mistakes and talk about how to fix them rather than to insist that everything is okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohan Gurunathan.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. You know, we've heard about a lot of things tonight, but what I have not heard mentioned even once is how in the world is it reasonable to spend more than $1,100 per hour on meditation sessions or per session on meditation sessions? I want to ask you, would you spend your own money, that much of your own money on meditation? And if not, how can you possibly think it is okay to spend our taxpayer money in that way? That's all I have.
Our next speaker is Camille LeBlanc.
I think you started the time before. Yeah, thank you very much. My first point was actually the point that was just made, but I have a few more. I emailed the district, I emailed you, Board of Trustees, to get answers, and you told me they would be provided tonight. I still don't have answers to my question. You said that programs and services that are duplicative in nature are eliminated. And I asked you why then we have 3 concurrent leadership coaching programs for our district. I asked how the competitive process was used for the meditation sessions, because I don't understand those rates that were just mentioned. I asked to have alternative quotes, but I didn't receive any. I think we all agree that wellness is important. I think the frustration for most of us is seeing that it benefits only a few for the detriment of the many. We see that the leadership team is receiving amazing coaching while the teachers are suffering. And when I read that administrators leave campus once a week for that coaching and for meditation while teachers are left to fend for themselves, I'm really frustrated. It's a really difficult process to communicate with the board, especially when we attend these meetings and we're talked out for hours and then we only have a few minutes to comment. It doesn't feel like a conversation. It doesn't help bring trust. I'm trying to be involved. I'm trying to work in partnership, but I don't feel like a partner. And I hope to see change. That's all I have.
Our next speaker is Erica Rutledge.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I've not done it this way before. Give me just a moment, if you would, there we go. Listening, and I'm sorry, I had to join late. I stepped in on wellness and a lot of good things, but we can't afford them all. And we need to make hard decisions about priorities. That's not unique to the school district. Fortune 500 companies have to make these same trade-offs, and they do. It appears far easier to get big budgets at the school district than it did at the Fortune 500 companies that I worked for in the past. And I'm frustrated that it appears to be assumed that parents will simply donate money to fill in gaps. And I am all for donating money to help kids that maybe are less fortunate, but not when I see taxpayer money going to fund other things. I'm frankly really fed up with it. My heart goes out to the principal who almost quit due to stress. And I think we as a community need to take care of the people who help us, including that principal. But what about the kid who hit him? I think that kid must be experiencing a lot of stress and would benefit from meditation training. And we seem to have lost sight that the purpose of schools is to educate students and help them develop into independent citizens. Frankly, enriching employees, as important as it is secondary. And the first priority needs to be the first priority. And it really feels like we as tax-paying parents are just really being asked to spend more money than frankly I can afford. So thank you for your time. And I do really want the best for the teachers and for the students. I'm just frustrated.
Our next speaker is Sandy Pewitt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I personally think that the amount of time spent on this particular topic has been extensive, but I am moved to speak. My first professional 360 feedback sessions happened, mortifyingly enough, more than 20 years ago when I worked for a Fortune 50 company. I've learned a lot thanks to those experiences, and my ability to cope and to grow has also improved thanks to the investment in my physical and, thank God, my psychological health by my employers. And I'm grateful that we can give those gifts to the employees in our district. I moved to Mountain View 12 years ago. I was born and lived for all 35 years of my life at that time in the American South. And so I know that, like me, not everyone in this district grew up here, and that we all bring different experiences and values with us. And that has been the best part of raising my children here. I have direct experience, like a lot of people in this meeting, with the kinds of mental and emotional gymnastics that good people sometimes do when we are scared on behalf of our children. I also know that we're capable of coming together and uniting around a common goal that doesn't involve demonizing any particular human being who may or may not be in charge of any particular decision. And so I'm hoping that we can all meditate when we leave this call tonight on making the world a better place and making our district a place where we can speak together and unite around every child. Thank you.
And our last speaker is, oh, I apologize. We have one more, I believe. Lillian Good.
Hi, I wanted to say just a couple quick things. One, a 360 review is not something that requires an outside service like a Lula. It is entirely something that is possible to do within an organization with the HR team facilitating it. Two, I agree that mental health and wellness is entirely important. And that is why the district has a division of health and wellness with multiple staff members being paid more than $400,000 a year. And so there's a lot that should be able to be done within that organization. And we even heard from Dr. Rudolph when the meditation sessions first started, they were started by Dr. Jinbo in-house. And so I think that we should look at what we can do with the resources that we already have and try to extend that to all people within the district, administrators, teachers, and students. But the final thing that I wanted to say was a statement I wanted to bring to the attention of everybody who may not have heard the details of the very concerning statement that I heard come from Dr. Rudolph tonight. In talking about the concern that there was going to be a fiscal disparity and that these additional contracts wouldn't be sufficient to solve that, instead of going to the idea that we would have to dig deep and try to look at ways that we could solve this fiscal problem with the least impact upon our students, the first thing that he said was, we will have to cut RTI and cut librarians. And that is alarming to me, that that would be the first statement about where we're going to find money when we have, honestly, a very large amount of money to find areas when we are having these giant contracts of multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars, that we would even mention cutting RTI, which is a most essential program for so many of our students. And I wanted everybody to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our commenters. If you have further comments or something that you weren't able to express in the moment, do please feel free to write into us. If it's all right, Dr. Rudolph, I have a couple of clarifying questions.
Sure.
Our RFP process, what contracts do we usually go out for bidding?
Materials as well as construction.
Okay.
But for specialized services, we've never went out for RFPs.
And then for the multiple different contracts, for coaching, we have a Lula, we have ILO. Why do we have different we kind of talked about this in the presentation some, but can you just state very clearly so that people understand what the different contracts are for?
The different contracts revolve around different levels of leadership. And it also is about the capacity. So ILO primarily focuses in on senior district level individuals, cabinet coordinators, people who are aspiring to become superintendents, because we don't have, in Charlotte, I had like 7 steps ahead of me to before you get to superintendent. And in this district, we don't have that. So ILO coaches women who are looking to reach those roles, who are at cabinet level or who are aspiring to be in a cabinet level. Pete Gorman coaches senior cabinet members as a former superintendent. That's where his coaching comes in. And then Alula coached all other leaders, whether they were instructional. So they had someone who came in from ECRA, which purchased HYA, which is a large education firm. But they also brought in people when you're coaching individuals at Chevron, it's easy for them to coach somebody who's in the MOT department, which actually was a gap that we had. Like, how do we help? We can't bring a leadership coach in to coach MOT because it's a totally different body of work, because you're really focused on a lot more safety things and regulation. So each one of those contracts is really tailored to a specific group, but also it's about the capacity that the organization had. And so there's no way that the max that Pete Gorman can coach at any given time is probably 5 people, which is what we've had. But there's no way that we could have ILO or somebody else coach the masses. It's just they don't have the organizational capacity that exists.
And do administrators leave campus for an hour every week just for coaching or for wellness?
So first, I've heard of that. So we have leadership team meetings twice a month, the Tuesday before the actual board meeting. Now, there's a lot of reasons why principals will leave a site, sometimes to do feedback sessions with me, which occur every 6 weeks, sometimes to meet with others. But we don't structure, and I've never heard that people doing that. In fact, I know, for instance, the person who quit smoking, I saw him at 7 o'clock after hours during his stress management session, because I was walking out the door and I happened to see him over there. So most of the times these things happen after hours or during lunch breaks, but not, when we're scheduling meetings, we do our best to not intrude on the instructional time, because more times that we pull the leader out of a school, more likely we have to rely on a teacher to sort of help, which means we need subs. So it's a trickle down effect. So we try our best to limit them.
And then I think our health and wellness division is largely directed towards students, not necessarily the adult staff as much.
Correct. So our health and wellness division has 13 counselors that report to them. And that was a replacement of a contract we had with CHAC. And as people may or may not know, CHAC actually dissolved, and their costs went up to Pacific Clinics, which took over CHAC, sent us a new estimate of around, I want to say it was like $3 million something, which is 3 times as much as what we are currently paying. And so we hired counselors this year for the first time in every school site to replace CHAC to reduce expenditures. But that department focuses on student well-being and social emotional health. And so they are the ones who are supporting our students. And then you have Acknowledge Alliance, who supports staff and teachers. And then you had Elisa Diggs Chavez, who was supporting leaders. So it's all 3 levels covered.
Thank you. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, rather than a comment, I have more of a request. I think it would be really helpful, speak for myself, for me, to see a budget overview somewhere between the very high level presentation that Dr. Westover gives routinely and the specific contract lists that were presented to during board meetings. What I'm thinking of is, seeing the budget for, take the wellness programs, right? How much are we spending overall? How much for adult? How much for staff and teachers? How much for the children? And that could be tied to a comprehensive organizational chart to understand, how the district is structured internally, what staff are associated with each of the groups, what kind of budgets each of the organizations have. I would really appreciate something like that, because it would help me as a lot of came up during these discussions. We have to balance budgets, we have to establish priorities, and we have to make decisions. And to have something like that we can visualize and get our thoughts around easily would really be helpful in making those decisions. So
I would second that.
I've never seen anything like that even before. I've seen various different budgets. They were very different when I was on the board before than they are now, but never seen it perfect.
As you're saying this, I think we had something like that when I started, like when Robert was here. Maybe not. It's anyway, I agree it would be helpful.
Dr. Westover?
We have a document that we put together during first interim that breaks down the district spending by programs, which is then broken down by department with some other graphs to show spending. Happy to adjust it to whatever is most helpful. I think we tried to create a document that summarized everything. But if you have time and take a look at the document, just let us know and we're happy to modify and add whatever you find helpful.
Be glad to meet with you to go over it and sort of give you an idea of what I'm looking for.
Great. Yeah, it's a big project for staff. We probably spend about 15 hours creating it. So we are happy to make it do exactly what you need it to do.
Efficient as useful as possible if you're going to spend time on it. Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Berman.
I have several comments, so I'm trying to figure out where to start. I was just taking notes as I was hearing through everything, but first of all, thank you so much for that really extensive presentation and understanding the why behind the work. Having been a teacher and a school administrator myself, our teacher programs, students fly through them in a year, and then you're put in front of, up to 30 students with a variety of needs. So your learning is really incomplete. And because there are gaps, right? Where there's a shortage of teachers, there's shortages in school administrators. We really rush the adults learning through the process. So the fact that, we invest in our staff is really critical, because really the learning is incomplete when they arrive. And then good teachers, by year, 6 or so are feeling this, there's sort of this pressure to move into administration. And again, that learning is incomplete, right? And they're not as seasoned as, I was that person, right? Not quite as seasoned as you feel like you are. And then you jump into those are big shoes to fill, being the face of your school, and being in front of parents and students. And it's a really big lift and a lot of responsibility. So on the one hand, it's really incredible that we can support our staff members with furthering their learning. We are a learning organization. We invest in our students. We invest in the people that work here. And it is a shame about the San Francisco Chronicle article, because it's so incomplete. It's so one-sided, right? Because I think if they had the full context, what an incredible opportunity for teachers and administrators across our region to be like, wow, this is actually a community that deeply cares about my personal and professional growth and my well-being. So, when I ran for school board in 2020, kids' mental health, kept me up at night. And that was that was a big focus for me. And teacher retention. And having worked in East Palo Alto for a long time, I understand that that secondary trauma or the compassion fatigue is very real among our staff members and among our administrators. And that was exponential during the pandemic. There was a lot of trauma, a lot of fear, and it did not discriminate, right? It really impacted everybody. And so coming back, yes, we doubled down with really supporting that experience and that trauma from our team, and a really sort of and as quickly as we could and as forcefully as we could, right? And offering and having these programs to support our staff. And we heard from one principal that it was very impactful and kept him at our school district. And I know he's deeply loved and respected, and I'm so glad that he remains a principal at our school. We're very lucky. And as I'm hearing about this idea on this presentation about these economic shifts and maybe just some scenarios that we need to sort of think about, I think having that model that you recommended, I think would be really helpful as we think about it. I heard the comment, sort of right size, right fit. What is it that we really need? Maybe we need a little bit more data too. This has been a really big investment for us. And so how do we take a deeper look at sort of like, now that we've moved in with 4 years from the pandemic, what is it that our teachers need and our principals need? And is this really the right fit right now? So it could be just an opportunity. I want to continue to support the professional development. The coaching is really critical. Like I said, you're just never done learning. And we rush our educators through their careers, right, to get into these other places. And it's important to invest in them. That we could be looking at collecting a little more data to make sure that we really invest the funds that we have wisely, and we're really transparent with our community around how they're going to be helpful and how we know they're going to be helpful. What information are we gathering so that we can demonstrate that this has been a really great use of funds for our students, for our children, for our community.
Trustee Blakely.
I also want to thank you for the presentation, and I am grateful that, that we live in a district where we provide these services, the wellness services, and prioritize the health and wellness of all the staff. To the point, a couple of people brought up about the contracts in President Conley, you asked about which contracts we do competitive bidding on. The competitive bidding it's a very regimented process, and we're forced to take the lowest bidder. But I'm curious how we must get names, or I don't know if there's a way to put together a process, because I know when I've professionally had to maybe you're trying to find a realtor or you're trying to find some new program, you put the word out, you talk to different people. You get information. You don't somebody just says Joe Blow does this and you call Joe Blow and hire him. It might be helpful to design some kind of a process so that we try to get at least 3 referrals and do a little bit more research in terms of which we select, because the lowest bidder isn't necessarily going to deliver the service that you want. So I think you have to take some qualitative factors in mind as you figure out which is the right contract to move forward with. But I know you mentioned for the 360s, we're looking for something. And I know you and I have had conversations over the years. I'm thinking way back with the coaches, and there just weren't that many people who coached principals. And so like you said, there's some limitations, but maybe even trying to build more of a stable or having some kind of a documentation where we keep names of vendors who do this service, so that if one vendor gets tapped out or they get too expensive or whatever, we've got a kind of go-to list of places to start, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel all over again. I do think there's probably some ways that we can improve the process. And so that moving forward, we are hiring vendors that are good quality, but also give good value for the price.
Thank you. That makes me think, Trustee Blakely, about when we hire a superintendent. I wasn't here when Dr. Rudolph was hired, but when we hire a superintendent or some of these other positions that we can bring in, we're also actually hiring their professional network. that you are looking for people who, and we support them continuing to build a professional network, like participating in AXA, which is the California Superintendents Association. The school board trustees participate in the California School Boards Association. There's lots of different similar organizations for other types of jobs within the district. So that has been, I think, a source of trying to find things and reaching out to the network and saying, you know, who's doing this, what's going on, who's got good people, because how do you evaluate some of these things? Like, what is the credentialing for meditation, right? I don't know that that's even established in the field. So I do think I like the idea of doing some sort of process that might be about referrals or about, you know, just a checklist that needs to be done when it's a new organization, or the idea of developing a pool of vendors to be drawn from. But we will be doing an RFP process for coaching and wellness to fill in some of the gaps that we've identified by these contracts that are paused. I did want to clarify when Dr. Rudolph was commenting earlier about cuts, he first talked about when we face having to make extraordinary cuts, we cut all of the things that are not need to haves. We cut the contracts like this, and that this is something that unfortunately coaching and wellness could go away if we hit a time where we had to start cutting things. And so I think then it was trying to explain that you try to keep the cuts as far away from the classroom itself as possible. So you start with things like special contracts. And then as we run out of things to cut, it moves closer to things like there was a period where the district was looking at cutting librarians. I think I was observing the board in the 2017-2018 school year, and librarians were on the chopping block. I don't think we actually cut them, but it was definitely part of the discussion. And RTI is something that is a really specific and different program that I would really do everything possible not to cut, as well as our librarians. But just to say that I think there was a lot of discussion, and it can be easy to lose where the discussion began and the point ended sometimes, not as a critique, but there's just a lot of information. I'd also like to point out to the public that one of the trustee questions that was submitted ahead of time was, what do surrounding districts do? And there's a list in the questions that goes through a whole bunch of different districts, and it's kind of all over the place, but there's a handful of districts that do really similar things. And Sunnyvale, for example, has executive coaching from the superintendent all the way down. You know, the pandemic was really traumatic for families, students, community members, and staff. And when we look at how we're kind of recovering as a community and healing and moving forward, or just not talking about the pandemic anymore, which seems to be a trend, there are sectors that have seen huge turnover and burnout after the pandemic. And it's hitting like last year and this year as people finally got out of crisis mode. And so government, all kinds of civil facing positions, there's huge turnover. The healthcare sector, I don't know about you, but I'm finding it harder to get appointments for my children because the doctors are leaving. Even the ones who kind of hung out through the pandemic are leaving. And education is seeing the same thing. And it's not just teachers, it's administrators, it's staff. And they're not just leaving education, they are leaving the field entirely. And that is a crisis nationally. It is something that we certainly face in this school district. And, you know, I think what we've talked about tonight is we're struggling to figure out how to make sure not only do we have great working conditions day to day, not only do we have all of these supports in place for students in particular, but how we're supporting all of our staff up and down the line. And we talked about there's a hole in is it our non-certificated staff, Dr. Rudolph, where we don't have our classified staff, excuse me, our classified staff, where we don't currently have that type of coaching. And so, we do have work, but I'm excited to, I think, going out for the input process, which you've been talking about, reaching out to employees and staff members at all different levels, as well as administrators, and getting a good read on what do you need and what is most useful for you, and then looking at our process for trying to work with different vendors or partner with other school districts or whatever, to develop a more cohesive approach. I think this will be, we haven't had this big step back to look at it cohesively and like this, because we came out of the pandemic and we're just struggling to like figure out how to help people, right? We're struggling we're struggling to figure out how to keep Principal Taylors, who, I mean, talk about a principal who is magic. He is just an amazing community builder. And if you've worked with him, his positive energy radiates to everyone around him. But to have lost him would have been a huge deficit for our district and for our students. That, all of that being said, I also appreciate all the public engagement around this. I thank all the people who came to speak tonight. There's a few people waiting to speak about this next contract as well, and I know it's been a long evening. I want to continue to encourage this type of civil discourse. I think we had really good civil discourse tonight. I think one of the things that's been distressing, if I've been following social media, I've been following some of these email lists, and the discussion is really challenging. But I think what has concerned me the most over this whole process, and I saw it being discussed today, which was interesting, is that there are some parents who have kind of gone a step beyond civil discourse and done things that are harmful to students or to other community members. And I'm thinking of, there was someone who recorded a Zoomed school site council meeting and then distributed the recording. This is a two-party state. You have to get permission before you can record someone. The school site council meetings are not Brown Act meetings. There is no right to record them. And they did not, they're under the Green Act, which is different. And this person did not notify people ahead of time and then said afterwards, oh, well, I reached out and everyone said it's okay. But the staff weren't included in that either, who had been a part of that meeting. Parents went onto campus to distribute flyers in the spring, which is also not something that is allowed. Having a stranger approach your child on campus, at least 3 different campuses, this was happening on the school grounds. The fence is not the end of the school grounds. The sidewalk, the right when children are entering and you come in for drop off, that is still school grounds. When you see union action, for example, the union members or anyone picketing will always be on the sidewalk at the very edge or across the street because they understand where school grounds are. And these parents brought flyers to children, and it brought stress and anxiety, especially at Graham's campus, where we were trying to make children feel safe and secure. To have a stranger come up to you and be handing you flyers was not okay. And then the third thing that is just incredibly distressing is that in a change.org petition, which we're still getting emails from, it's kind of morphed over time, but for a while it included links to these videos on Instagram that a child had taken of fights at Graham Middle School and posted. And those fights or those videos were unconsenting minors. And those videos were posted as cyberbullying, right? They weren't friendly. This was hurting children. And a group of parents decided to put those children on blast. What would you do if your child was in that video? Would you disseminate it to the broader general public, to as many schools as you could reach and also people across Mountain View? Or would you do everything in your power to make sure the children were okay and to pull the cyberbullying down? But instead they amplified it. And it makes me really, really concerned when we don't acknowledge and know that all of these babies are our babies. I don't care if a child doesn't look like mine, doesn't speak the same language at home as mine, or doesn't have the same economic background as mine. They are all my children, and we are a community together, and we take care of our children. It took me months behind the scene to get those videos taken down and some of those accounts closed, because We had trouble getting responses from Instagram. We kept reporting and reporting and reporting, and they said it didn't violate their guidelines, but I think it was just an algorithm. And finally, through my state level network, I was able to get a contact who immediately, when I provided the documentation, removed the videos, because there should not be videos of unconsenting minors used as cyberbullying, and there should never be adults continuing that or furthering that harm. On that note, we're going to.
Thank you, President Conley.
I'm sorry. I'm a little distressed about this. We're going to move on from this item. We're going to do ILO real quick. We need a motion to extend the meeting. Would anybody like to do so? We have a long closed session after this.
How long is the closed session?
We've got 7 items.
Do we need to say 11:30 or?
I think that sounds good.
I reluctantly move that we extend the meeting until 11:30.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the meeting has been extended till 11:30. We will now move on to the ILO contract, which was pulled from consent and moved to follow this item because it was directly related. I know we've had some people stay for a long time for public comment. Can we take public comment first? Is that okay? Do trustees have questions or? Okay. We're going to begin with, may I have the cards again? Thank you. Dennis Fichette, and then Anna Reed, and Lillian Good left. If she's on Zoom, she's welcome to raise her hand because we have 10 minutes for this item. We can allocate, oh, we have some extra speakers. We have 3 more speakers online. So we have 6 speakers total. I'm going to allocate 2 minutes each. And we will start with Dennis Fichette.
There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Ms. Conley, you mentioned something really quickly. Actually, this wasn't something I was planning to address, but about us, that we're bleeding educators, and I understand that. But the other thing that we're bleeding in California, and especially in Santa Clara County, are hardworking families. They're leaving in droves because of the cost of living in Texas. So this contract, as I see it, it is about $320,000 for 12 employees, which comes out to between $25,000 and $30,000 of training per employee. Okay. I can say, having been in engineering management at the richest companies in history of the world, that is nowhere near the training and wellness budgets that we would have. Our budgets would be on the order of $1,000, $1,500 per employee per year, and we have billions of dollars. Okay, the amount that we are spending here is so far beyond what any private company could justify. And as some of the other speakers said, this is something I tell my staff all the time, even though we have billions and billions and billions of dollars. I ask them, if this were your family business, would you spend this money on this? And then I say, if the answer is yes, then let's spend it. But if the answer is no, let's not spend it just because we have the money. And that's how it sort of feels here. The superintendent is rightly proud of the initiatives that we've been doing for coaching, wellness, training, okay? But let me ask a question. Is he proud of the fact that 8th grade, hardworking 8th grade families were asked this week to pony up $1,100 to send their kids for the Yosemite field trip? $1,100. Is he proud that to provide basic services like music and art in the elementary schools, families are asked to pony up on the order of $2,000 on top?
My apologies. I think your timer expired. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Please do submit the rest of your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you.
That I'm perfectly fine with spending on this funding after we address these higher order issues.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. You have 2 minutes. It's just hard. I'm not looking back over my shoulder, but you can see the timer from where you are. Okay, thank you.
I'm Anna Reed, and I am all for supporting health and wellness and making educators feel heard and supported. Wellness should be prioritized, but if teachers are spending money on their own wellness, such as therapy and meditation, then the much higher paid district staff should also be using their own salaries for this purpose. If teachers pay for their own professional development, much higher paid district executives should too. District leadership have some of the highest salaries in the state. Yet the teacher pay schedule in this district does not match that elite level. People on the front line need to be prioritized. Students need to be prioritized. Now, some questions I have. The staff survey results on the LCAP, those were high numbers, 95%. Is that 95% of all staff or 95% of those that responded? That's an important detail to include when reporting percentages. 4.1 million was spent on teacher training. For how many teachers and how often? These are also good figures to include for context. What I'm hearing is a lot of focus on leadership and coaching leadership. I want that same emphasis on supporting teacher needs to get them out of burnout survival mode. I'm concerned with the amount proposed to spend on more leadership coaching because despite this coaching, we still have massive achievement gaps, issues with discipline, revolving staff, and families opting for private school. Increasing sub-salaries so teachers don't have to cover classes. Alum Rock pays $321 a day, San Francisco $325. We pay $220, and though that is close to what others in the immediate area pay, if we're really struggling to get subs, why not take steps to incentivize it? How are we approving contracts for companies when we have not even been to the company's site? Wouldn't that be part of the vetting process to minimize potential PR issues like the
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Thank you. Please do submit your comments in writing as well if there's other things you wanted to say. We will move on to our online commenters. And I just want to make sure, Lillian, good, if you had wanted to jump in here, we had time allocated for you if you were with us online. I know you're not here in person. Our first online speaker is Ling Wang. You may unmute yourself.
Okay. So I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record here with all these contracts, but I think, I'm going to circle back here and echo what everyone else says, right? We're asking voters, parents, and taxpayers for more money, okay? Having these contracts here at this moment is really not a good look when teachers are asking for basic classroom supplies, when our families are looking for academic intervention support and classroom aids, and families have to go to extraordinary means to get a response and results from the district, okay? And in addition to that, okay, at Graham, we still don't have enough Spanish teachers for all the kids who want to take Spanish. We, so we got to prioritize. And again, special administrative spend along with consultants, that spending growth has completely outpaced what the district revenue has been and what we pay teachers. So if we're worried about retaining teachers, then let's shift some of that to teachers, give them more classroom support. And then maybe we don't have to spend so much on mental health and coaching. Maybe if the teachers get paid more, they're not wanting to constantly move up to administration. So then we retain more teachers and, then have more money put in the classroom, right? Back into the classroom, back to where students are. That's our business. Our business is educating children. And I think with these contracts, it shows that maybe, our district's priorities is not educating children. So that's all I have to say.
Our next speaker is Nancy Actor.
The ILO Leadership Development Contract is $326,000, primarily to coach, among other things, 8 district office members and 4 principals one-on-one. For $326,000, we could hire multiple reading specialists or even an assistant superintendent to train and develop all of our other staff members. But I'm not advocating for more administrative bloat. We have spent hundreds of thousands with ILO, and I ask again, How has this improved our schools? Spending should be prioritized to maximize direct educational impact. The majority of this contract focuses on district office administrators, not school campus employees. Are we employing a trickle-down theory? Instead, let me share how this money could directly benefit kids. Graham needs new computers for GMS TV. The 35 or so Macs that are in the classroom are a decade old and can barely keep up. Replacing these computers could cost less than 1/3 of the cost of this ILO contract, and it would directly benefit about 250 kids this year. If you multiply that out by the 10 years we keep the computers for the kids, that's 2,500 kids who could see a direct educational benefit. And again, that's for less than 1/3 the cost of this contract. I noticed on the same consent agenda, or on the consent agenda, I guess, a contract for 80 Apple computers for staff. Why are we prioritizing staff computers over learning resources for our kids? This doesn't make sense to me, and I think we need to focus our money back on the classrooms. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Mohan Gurunathan.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. In 2021 to 22, we spent $223,000 for on ILO group for coaching 10 individuals. In 2022 to 23, we spent another $223,000 for coaching 11 individuals. In 23 to 24, we spent the price went up to $296,000 for coaching 12 individuals. And now the price has gone up again to $324,000 for coaching another 12 individuals. How much coaching do we need? Have you really shown that this has made a difference? Because I haven't seen it. What have we gotten from spending all of this money? Has it made any positive difference for our teachers and our kids? If you have data, please show us, because we haven't seen it. I also want to counter one thing that was said earlier, which is when you hire someone, you hire their entire professional network. I disagree with that. When you hire someone, you hire them. And if you're hiring other vendors or services, you search for the best value and the most appropriate vendor. You don't automatically bring along everybody they've worked with in the past. And that seems to be a lot of what's happening here. So I think it's inappropriate, and I urge you not to allow this contract to go forward. Thank you.
Are there any comments from trustees or a motion? If there are no comments, we need a motion. It's an action item.
Well, I know that it's been proposed that we go through a process where we're looking at our contracts and thinking about what the need is and how we're making these decisions. And I'm wondering if this is one of those contracts that we want to apply to this newer model. I know that model hasn't been designed, but given that some of our other the other contracts that we're working with, looks like there's some sort of transition, some things are going to be put on pause. I wonder if there's an opportunity to look at everything really holistically and think about what the need is. Or if there's an opportunity, I guess one of my questions is too, as we look at this contract and the number of people it serves, if we have a gap in the people that aren't getting the support that they need for the remainder of the year, are there more individuals that can be served under a contract like this? So those are just some initial thoughts.
And I'm also wondering, I haven't gone back and compared the other contracts, but comparatively for senior administrator coach, what is the average? Is there the price like this? I don't know, I did the math here earlier. This is $27,000 per individual. Were the others comparable? Because I think like Pete Gorman is a lot less than that because his contract is, it's under 50. I don't remember what it is, and it covers multiple folks, but there's only one of him, so.
We spend somewhere in the neighborhood of around $20,000 per teacher, and we spend somewhere in the neighborhood of about, if you're just taking raw averages, around 26,000 for administrators and executives. So in totality, we tend to spend around the same amount, close to the same amount, but I think also part of that is the specialization. So we handle teacher coaches in-house because we have teachers with experience, and that's a leadership pathway. We don't handle, because most people, when they retire or leave the district, they can charge whatever rates they want. And so it's just a totally different market.
Trustee Lambert?
Sure, I'm going to move that we do not approve this contract. And I'd request that the staff, if they're interested, bring it back to us with a more comprehensive overview of what is being spent on wellness and for whom. And so that so that I have a better understanding and justification for these kind of contracts.
This was a contract that has been signed already? Or is it? Sorry, I'm trying to look at it again. Because I mean, if we just back out of it, then we're breaching, and I don't know what the penalties are for that. But we also will have 12 people that won't have coaching this year, unless we could find an alternate vendor. But it's probably pretty late in the process. So I guess I'd move that we go ahead and approve this contract, but we look for alternate vendors or do whatever evaluation we're going to do to justify the expense in future years.
So is there a second for either motion? Trustee Lambert first. Is there a second for Trustee Lambert's motion?
I think my question still stands around, can we, if we were to go ahead and approve it, because maybe there is a penalty to pulling out of it, is there an opportunity to serve more than 12 individuals through these coaching sessions that perhaps are left without the coaching for this year?
So the ILO contract coaches individual coaches people individually, and then they do group sessions that are available to anyone that wants to. I believe that's in the contract. I know that they came in and did group sessions and offered it to as many people as possible, but the individual week-to-week coaching is something totally different.
Could we, for the group sessions, could we do very active outreach to people up and down? Because here's something, we're always talking about succession planning here too, and the career pipeline for people. So how you moved. It's so interesting. We look at our head of HR, and I don't think our head of HR started in HR, right? She started out in schools and she was a principal, and then she has moved up through different ranks. And that's true of most of the people in our administrative positions, as you talked about earlier. So I'm wondering if the group sessions could be opened up more broadly to all the way down, maybe to our teacher coaches, those people who are exploring that career pathway, because it might be, but especially this contract, my understanding is targets women in leadership too, which is the bulk of our workforce. Is that something that could be possible?
Yeah, I know that they've talked about, and we can respond back that this is just a condition of the approval, but I know that they have offered to do as many people as possible. I don't think in the group sessions that they would have an issue with that.
Okay. And we can do the active outreach, because I think getting tapped and like somebody reaching out and saying, hey, I see the work that you're doing in your leadership, and I want to make sure that you have access to this to start to learn more about future pathways. I think that's important too.
Yeah, I think if there's anything we learned from the first strategic plan is that the capacity to develop a leadership coaching program just didn't exist. It was really hard for us to manage that, in addition to all the other roles, which Carmen Geisels at the time was trying to do. But yes, we can offer it. I think it is, unlike larger districts, we are always going to run into the issue that there are individuals who are looking for leadership opportunities, but who may not get the training or who may seek it in other places. And so I don't see any issue with opening it up. And, we just did our first huddle which we opened up to the whole district for everybody to participate in. And that can be an avenue. And then obviously I have my newsletters that I send out, so we can make sure that we widely broadcast, and every principal sitting on here can also say it too, can share it too.
Is that something that fits with your motion, Trustee Blakely?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I would second that. I think that if we can make sure that this is offered to many more individuals than just the 12 individuals that seem to be, that it appears that this contract serves, I think that there is an opportunity to have a much broader impact. And then it feels like that sort of justifies the expense if we can support more teachers, more leaders, more, the adults that work with other adults in our district. I think that that could be a really terrific opportunity to invest in a much bigger number than just 12 individuals.
And I will say, and I mean, I don't have to speak for the other women on this board, but serving in office, for example, while having a 19-month-old and an 11-year-old, I think I am keenly aware of the need for women-specific coaching and supports, because it is unique, and the commentary or the pressures, or there are just some things that are unique about the role. So I would like to keep this kind of women-specific leadership focus that this provides, but extend it to the opportunity to many more people within the district, I think is a wonderful thing. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed? Trustee Lambert. So on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board has approved the ILO contract with Trustees Berman, Blakely, and Conley voting in the affirmative, and Trustee Lambert voting nay.
And just to point out, we will still honor your request, Trustee Lambert. I think it's a great idea to pull everything together so that people can see it. I understand, but I think Dr. Westover sent me a message also. It's like, I think it is a good idea to identify, here's how much we're spending on wellness, here's how much we're spending on coaching at every single level. I think it will help with some transparency issues. And so I do see value in us doing that too.
I agree. Trustee Berman?
I think ultimately, maybe when we hear holistically about, what we're doing, I think I'd love to hear, how we sort of rethought or redesigned a little bit of this money and this program to serve a larger group of individuals.
I think for upcoming conversations, possibly around the budget, it would also be very helpful. I know one of the things that when we unveil the process and talk about how we're going to do outreach, I think it's important that if we say one of the first things we need to cut is coaching, that we're very clear about what that means and what it looks like, so that it's not one group is getting coaching cut and another group. I think it's going to be important to understand what the community and all stakeholders value, so that we're clear and there's no unintended consequences of cutting something. So that I'm glad that Trustee Lambert had mentioned it, and it was already something that we were thinking about, how do we codify this? But I also think that this will be a good thing to have as we have that initial conversation.
All right, thank you. On that, we'll move on to item 7, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding closed session agenda items to do so. Tonight's closed session has 7 items. You can address the board by raising your hand in Zoom, pressing *9 on your phone, or approaching the podium and submitting a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, at 10:18 p.m., we will adjourn to closed session. At 11:30 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Isman School Board is concluded. Oh, no action was taken during closed session.